Hello, hello, hello. Welcome everybody to the Norway Chess Classical 2023. Today is the day 1 and we are going to be seeing Gukesh in action. Yesterday I think many of you guys must have checked out the blitz event where Gukesh beat Magnus, and that was very exciting. So, how are you all? A very, very big hi to all of you, and we are just gonna start seeing the games. Let me know if everything is fine in the chat, you can hear me well, and so on. What? Yes, 1 second there. Yes, stream has begun right now. Um, ET says roses are red, sky is blue. Sagar Bhai ko time ka no clue. Sagar Bhai is right now traveling, so he is not here. But uh, let's see if he will be able to join us for a while on Zoom call. I am sending him the link as well. He is traveling. Maybe right now is not a time for me to tell you where, because we are going to be looking at the game. Guys, the games have started. Rakshit Singh in the chat. Rakshit back to Bangalore from Mumbai says up Changasi, except that there is a blitz picture on the screen. Oh, okay. And on the thumbnail it is proper. It is classical. Okay, that's some work to do. I'll change it. I'll find it and change it. Thanks for that error. Baki, let's begin with the games. Gukesh is black. It's against Alireza Firuza. Alireza starts with e4. Gukesh plays e5. And guys, what is Gukesh's main opening? Do you all know what is Gukesh's main opening? He plays Sicilian. He also plays Caro-Kann. Of course, he also plays e5. But yes, we will look into that, how many games he has played. e4, e5, knight f3. Oh yes, Rakshit, absolutely. Knight f3, knight c6, and Firuza goes for Italian bishop c4, bishop c5, d3 here, knight f6, castle, and d6. Plain, simple Italian opening happening. Guys, there is h6. Does Gukesh has any plan in the future to go for long castle, or no, that is just to stop White's ideas with bishop g5 later? So this is a very, very interesting tournament. First of all, it's okay. He goes knight bd to a5 here. First of all, here if you win, you get 3 points. Okay, and if you draw, I think it's 1.5. If I'm not wrong, it's 1.5. But no. If you draw, there is a. Do you know what's the catch? If you win, you get 3 points. But if you draw, they have a very, very interesting thing. Can you guess? I guess all of you are going to love that. Rematch, Armageddon. Yes, absolutely. There's going to be an Armageddon because they want a result. That is so cool. Himang says sweet memories of Vishy beating Carlsen in Armageddon last year. Wow, nice, Himang. That's a good reminder. So that is going to be very, very interesting. And the blitz, they will have in Armageddon actually 2 blitz games. It's not Armageddon. Actually, my bad. They call it Armageddon, but it is 2 blitz games, which is 3 plus 2. So yeah, no draw, and yeah, the stakes are high here for sure. Also, Norway generally has one of the interesting things, if you all remember. On the rest day, they had a cooking competition, and I guess Vishy had won that. So if they have a cooking competition, and I'm not sure what Gukesh will prepare to eat. Maybe you guys can guess, but really looking forward to what they will have this time. Win is 2 points. Okay, check that once. Let me check that once. Okay, will Himang can actually find it out and help us to let us know. But guys, this is what is happening right now, and you know the players there. We have Magnus, Fabiano, Alireza, Gukesh, Mamedero, Nodirbeg, Anish, Hikaru Nakamura, Wesley, and Aryan Tari. So all cream of chess is there. Rakshit says, Amruta, I am looking very happy. Sagar sir traveling very far. अरे रक्षित स्माइल तो रखनी पड़ेगी, वो किधर दूर चला गया, पर क्या करे. So that's the thing. Where is Sagar? He is traveling. There is a tournament which is starting, which is in Nagpur. So you guys, I don't know how many of you are aware about that, but there's a rating tournament happening. In fact, if you guys are from Nagpur, please do try to see if you can play that. It's a great event, and such a big event happening in Nagpur is amazing. There is also an exhibition match which is very interesting. Do you know who the 4 players are between whom the matches are? 2 matches, 2 exhibition matches. While you guys are guessing, let me also check Anish Giri's game. Anish is black, so let's flip the board. D4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight f3, and Anish goes d5. Knight c3, he goes bishop e7. He is not interested in any bishop b4 business. Bishop g5, it's going in qgd, h6, and bishop goes back to h4. That's the opening stage they are in. You can see both of them have 2 hours each. Oh my god, and no increment. So in Sharjah, I think many of you were following Sharjah event. Over there, the time control was 1 hour 30 minutes each, and there was 30 seconds increment. So at the end of 40 moves, both of them would have got 20 minutes each, right? So 40 minutes. Yeah. Rakshit says VD versus Swidler also there, and Ronak versus Short. Absolutely. Rakshit is like that. वो क्लास में रहता है ना, हर एक क्वेश्चन का आंसर सबको पता है, वैसे वो वाला बंदा जो कोई भी क्वेश्चन पूछे हाथ ऊपर करेगा. नाइस रक्षित, यू आर सो वेल अपडेटेड. यस, सो here a few moves. E3, C5, bishop takes C4, and C takes D4 by Anish Giri. We are going to see if Nodirbek is going to take with the knight, or he would like to go for IQP. So asks, but does Rakshit know that a win is 2 points here? Rakshit, that's a question for you by Soham. So we will see what Nodirbek is going to play, but Nodirbek has thought for 8 minutes. And let's go back to Gukesh's game. He has played knight bd2, a5, rook e1. They are making moves very fast. Gukesh has more okay, Gukesh has more time there. Castle, knight f1, and Gukesh keeps his pawn on a4. Guys, very interesting is Gukesh has played with Alireza, with black earlier. Maybe the classical game was long back. Yeah, but he has lost with Alireza. Rakshit says players earn 2 points for a win, 1.5 for a draw, and Armageddon win 0.5 for a draw and Armageddon loss. and 0 for a loss. Okay, thanks Rakshit, that's a great update. Now that we know this is the situation, yes, 3 was wrong. There we have. So it's a very interesting point system also, and also it is very interesting to face the draws. So we are going to be seeing the games. So let's try to look at the openings, right? And let's also first look at Magnus's game. Magnus is black against Fabiano, e4, and guess what Magnus played? Guys, can you guess? Last year was 3 points. Okay, got it, Rakshit. Thanks a lot. What Magnus played? Can you guess? Guys, what's the name of the opening that Magnus played? B3, H6. नहीं, black से French. पता है सबको. Yes, absolutely. He played French. E4, E6, D4, D5, and knight C3 was played by Fabiano. Magnus goes knight F6, E5, knight FD7, F4. They are playing this main line, the classical variation of French. C5, knight F3, knight C6, bishop E3, blitzing the moves there. And A6 played by Magnus. He still has 1 hour 50. Both have equal time. Knight E2. Queen goes to B6. But here is the poison pawn. Right now, not ready for giving it. Still in the line. Queen C1. Bishop E7. C3 and castle. This is currently the position in Magnus versus Caruana's game. So we are going to come here. Very interesting. The main thing here is the center is closed. It's a closed structure basically. And in closed structure, which piece is more important? Guys, can you tell me? Yes, Soham, Rima, Persevere, Rakshit, Chan, Bhavik, Gropri, Muhammad, Anand. Absolutely. Knight is the most important. Knight is important piece. In closed structures, we actually give it more preference than bishops. And the reason for it is because it can maneuver itself. It's a slow piece and dire dire it can shift itself anywhere. Okay, so that's the reason. So we will come here again. White is having more space. You can look at the center there. That the space is basically the square is behind your pawns. That's called as space. So white has more space, and black will also try to take some pawn breaks. In closed structures, pawn breaks are going to be important. So over here, slowly in future, what are the pawn breaks which black can look forward to? Can you tell me? Namit says if knight can go to f5 square, Magnus is better. Yes, white will try to stop it or kick it away. Sai Krishna asks, can you also cover games from Dubai Open? Okay, what time do they start? By the way, we have Aditya in Dubai and he is covering the event for ChessBase India. So, what was the question I had asked? To all of you. I forgot. Actually, I forgot. What was the question? Wait, let me try to recollect. Yeah, which break? Correct. Guys, for a break, I had asked a break. Gropri Chess Academy says for white f5 and for black f6. Array, amazing. Absolutely correct. For white, it's f5. White will try to go for f5. Whenever he wants to, and black will try to go f6. There is also another break for black, which he might. It's not often, but yes, b5, b4 is another break. So in closed structures, what are the breaks to be like? We have to look at the possible breaks, and many times the pieces will act in that way, so that it helps when you take the break, the pieces are placed in that way. That's how you are able to plan better. Okay, Shivam Kumar says Nakamura's game is so weird. So weird, yeah? Maybe because, oh my god, yes, it is so weird. Maybe because he's playing with so Wesley. So e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5, knight f6. Let's see the so weird game. Knight e4, rook a1. This is a opening, right, actually. Knight d6. Yes, knight e5, bishop e7. This too is all opening. We have seen this, in fact, recently somewhere. I am not able to recollect yet where did we see this. But castle and d4, bishop goes to f6, and rook goes back to e2. Yeah, this is the line. This is a line, guys. Definitely a weird one, but it is a line which is becoming popular recently. So yeah, that's what Nakamura has gone for. Both of them have 1 hour 50 minutes, and yes, it looks weird, but this is the new popular opening. Knight e8 is a novelty, I think, says Himang. Okay, let's check that. d6 has been played, last move. Going to Anish's game again. Nodirbek decided to capture with the pawn, so he goes for an IQP. Now, this is a typical thematic placement of pieces we have in IQP. As we all know, white is going to castle, place his rook on e1, have pressure over here, will try to get knight e5 at the right time. I mean, not when this knight is here. Also, he must make sure that he is able to take care of this pawn. He will try to bring this rook to either c1 or d1. What else? Yes, there is pressure on these pawns, and a sack should always be on the mind. Also, this is the diagonal for white, where if the queen and the bishop come together, it can get dangerous. So this, with the IQP pawn, it kind of gives a lot of dynamic play for white. Whereas for black, what he's going to do is pressurize this d pawn for sure. Have a solid knight. The knight could maneuver to d5. He's going to place his rook to c8 and maybe d8. So all of this right now for black, majorly he has a simple plan of going for the d pawn because it's isolated. So let's see what is going to happen here. How is Anish going to play against the isolated pawn? That's something we are going to learn today for sure. Going to the last game which we have not yet covered, that's Mamedero versus Aryan Tari, and this is what the opening happened. English opening here, but converted into Tarash actually. Takes, knight f3, knight c6, bishop g5, bishop e7, and they already exchanged the dark square bishop here. So right now what Aryan went for is a very committal move. He went c4, released all the tension in the center. This bishop cannot develop on d3, eyeing this beautiful diagonal there. So a very interesting move by black, and he goes bishop e2. Normally a move c4 is answered by white with one of the move. Which is that move? Which is that move white answers with for against c4? Yes, Abdul, Sia, Geeta, Reema, Ayush, Live, Saumya, Rama, Firefly, Vinayak. Absolutely right. The move is b3. That's the move. Many times you answer. You want to take a break here. E4 is yes kept in mind because this is weak, but b3 is the move, and if white goes c5, b6 is the move. But in this case, if you will play b3, black simply can go b5. Guys, what will happen if white takes the pawn on b5? Black to play. Black to play. And that's your first big question today. Our first big tactical question for today. Let's see who is very quick at it. Firefly, Ayush, Gropri, Shivam, Reema, Namit, Rohit, Chan, RRP, Yash, Aditya, Poonam, Vedang, kya baat hai? Queen A5 check. And there you have the double attack. The knight can go back because now there is no pawn on b2. So that's the tactic there. That's why b3 doesn't work. That's why c4 is a good move. Bishop e2 played by Mamed Arrow and Aryan Tari. Castles. Here we are in this position without the dark square bishop for white, and his pawns are placed on dark square. So that's a good thing for him. But what black has tried to gain is space and not allowed this bishop on the beautiful diagonal as of now. So still b5, knight b5 here, and queen a5. Oh, queen b6. All of this could be interesting. Let's not get there. It mostly is still theory. Let's look at Gukesh's game. Few moves have happened, guys. a4, bishop b5. This bishop threatens the a4 pawn. Ye chala akela. Pawn moves to a3. On 10th move, the a7 pawn has been the hero until now of the game. It's reached a3. White goes b4, attacks the bishop. He goes bishop b6 back, and now white is thinking. Of course, this is well protected. You don't have to worry. The bishop cannot develop here. So basically, the bishop on c1 cannot keep a full-time attack on this pawn on a3. But guys, I have a question for you. Can white think of an idea of rook b1, rook b3? That's a question for you all. I mean, just my question. We don't need engine every time because you guys are really amazing and I would not want to look at the engine again and again. By the way, I'll also make sure that I share the Zoom link with Sagar so that bishop e6, that's what everyone is suggesting. So over here, basically if rook b1, then bishop e6, and you guys are attacking the a2 pawn, which sounds good. You're also stopping rook b3, and it doesn't make sense again to go back. Yes, it's a very simple way to stop the threat. Agreed, all of you. So bishop b6 was played, and what right now Firuza is thinking, he's down to 1 hour 38 minutes. He's down to 1 hour 38 minutes. We will see what he's going to do now, and we will also check the opening. By the way, before that, let's go to Arjun's game once, and this is his game. He is black against Injik Alexander. They have played 24 moves. The time control in this game is same as Sharjah. So queen e4 has been played. It's an opposite colored bishop. That's the major imbalance there which we have. and very few pieces on the board. So looks equal, or do you think, guys, Arjun has some chance? What do you think? Does Arjun have any chances here? All right, there. I have shared the Zoom screen. Just a moment. Okay, all good, guys. So the question: draw pieces are off. Draw, no. Dynamic position, yes, Didi, good chances. Okay, so not many of you think, oh, there is so many more exchanges happening right now and it's gone in rook and bishop. But Inchik has an open file. Is it going to help him in any way? But it's black to play, so I think Arjun will challenge the rook exchange. And once the rooks are off, I think it's clear. It's a clear draw. So this game is going to end in a draw. Here, let's go to Gukesh's game. And shall we also check the opening? Shall we check the opening? How many of you are keen to know what happened in the game? Opposite colored bishop always draw. No, Aditya, not always. There is a lot of intricacy. There are a lot of intricacies there. So it's not always a draw. So he might be meaning in some position. Okay, guys, so what I'm going to do, because in the last few days we have been having a lot of OBS crash, because of which I'm not going to be changing the scenes very easily. Rather, I'm going to just do this. Yeah, let me be there. So this is our chess based board currently, which we have, and what we need to check is Gukesh is opening e4, e5. Okay, knight f3, knight c6. Firuza plays bishop c4, Gukesh goes bishop c5. Firuza plays d3, Gukesh plays d6. Am I right? Yep, I guess so. No, first he might go knight f6. Let me check the move order. What he played. Yeah, he played first knight f6 over here, and then he goes for g. क्या बोल रही हूँ मैं? Wait a second. d6. Yeah, knight f6. New main line. Castle. c3. Oops, sorry. c3, d6. This is chess base 17 where I am checking the games. You can see Arjun versus Magnus here. Right now, Firuza has played with black. Gukesh, I have a few of his games here. He had lost with Firuza in 2018 in Abu Dhabi tournament. At that time, Firuza was just 2-5-6-1 and Gukesh was 2-4-4-0. That was the rating at that point of time. Then Gukesh has lost with him in Blitz Open. That was a chess.com, no, Leon Blitz Open, okay. And that was in 2020. And later again, it was in Title Tuesday that Gukesh lost with him. So these are right now the 3 games I've pulled it off. And right now we are looking at this opening which they have been playing. Here 5000 games castle was played. Firuza has played this, so Gukesh knows that Firuza plays this, so he's prepared. He goes for h6. Here Firuza checks the opening move order. He goes for knight bd2 first, and then he goes rook e1. For knight bd2, Gukesh plays a5. You see, castle is the main move there with 447 moves, 447 games. But Gukesh goes a5, only 36 games. And let's see who are the top players who have played this. Nakamura, Wesley, Cheparino. Has Gukesh played it? Shall we check if Gukesh has played it? No, Gukesh has not played it. So, Firuza was not expecting this. Guys, Firuza was not expecting this. Now what his opponent played, Firuza played here, was rook e1. Gukesh went castle. Firuza plays knight f1. Gukesh goes a4. Now for a4, Firuza remembers his preparation. He goes for, let's see who has played here. Ding versus Nakamura. Vishy has played with white. Duda has played. So Firuza goes bishop b5 move here. And bishop b5 latest, has been the latest games. If we see here, Abhimanyu Mishra, Dennis, Hans, these are the latest games in this line. Gukesh goes a3. b4 was played. They are still following many of the games here. And after bishop b6, it's important to see what happened in the game. Yes, after bishop b6, Firuza actually went back bishop c4. He says, now my job with bishop b5 has been done. I have forced you to commit to a3, and this pawn is still a fixed thing and it can become weak. So he goes back to bishop c4. Now you see one game, Van Forest Lucas, he is the brother of Jordan Forest, versus Anton Guzaro. And Anton has beaten him. He went at this position, he went knight e7. That was played here in this game. Knight e7, bishop e3, knight e3 and c6. Okay, but eventually black got the break on d5. But we have to see what Gukesh has played. Oh, Gukesh also played knight e7. And in fact, let me tell you, Gukesh has more time on his clock. So Gukesh goes knight e7. This means he is very well prepared here, guys. And Firuza has not expected this. So maybe a slight edge in the choice of Gukesh's opening. Maybe we can see this. So that's the update for Gukesh's game. Let's go back to the main position right now. Okay, there we are back at Gukesh's game. Knight e7 has been played, and what some of you have been asking me. Supriya Kapas was expecting knight e7, knight g6. Well done, Supriya. Miyamoto says, Didi, buy new graphics card. How? I don't know if that is the problem. Graphics card is so expensive. You'll have to change the CPU. Soumya Agarwal asks, in Gukesh's game, how is the idea of knight d2, knight b1 trying to win the pawn on a3? So knight d2 and knight b1. That's a very good question, because when you look at this pawn, you know that there is one friend supporting there. But you can see nobody else can come to its support. बस एक ही दोस्त के भरोसे है ये pawn on a3. That's why I really like your question. What if knight d2 with the idea of knight b1? Very, very good question. Guys, can I ask you to give some ideas to counter this? The most logical question has been asked. Soumya, that's a good question there, really. So let's see what you guys are going to be thinking here. You guys have all the time in this world. This is the position. The question is, right now Firuza is thinking with white. He has 1 hour 31 minutes, 20 minutes less than Gukesh. Right? And some ideas are to attack this pawn. With bishop c4, one more idea which he has revived is rook b1 and rook b3, which looks tempting. As we know, ये pawn का एक ही दोस्त है, rook on a1. That's the only friend this guy has. Is my live chat gone? Or are you guys sleeping? Okay. No, my live chat was gone. You guys were awake. Poonam says, actually I'm not Poonam, I'm his son, Nirav Vishal. Okay. Very hard to remember the names, so it's easier to read. d5, c5, knight g4, d5, c5, d5, c5, c5. Okay, I like how the chat is coming up with the candidate moves, because what the chat is suggesting here for knight d2, one move is c5, one move is d5, and what else? d5, c5, and one move is knight g4. So I've got 3 candidate moves from all of you guys. Not bad. The first very important move, if I have to start thinking out of these 3, which one I will start with, I will tell you. It will be d5. And why it will be this move? Because it is a threat. And what we kind of remember is checks, captures and threats. That's why I will start with calculating the move d5. A fair question, you are attacking the c4 bishop. This pawn is very well defended. But there is a slight problem in this move. You are allowing e takes d5 over here, and let's say I take with this knight. You have weakened your e5 pawn. Fine. But right now, I still can't capture it, because if I capture it, black has a move, black to play. If you are alert, you know black can also recover the pawn, and white would not like that, because this e5 was anyway weak. ये तो वैसे भी गया है. But why should you give something? Yes, Gropri, well done. Amit, Sia, Poonam, Hari Krishna, Aditya, RRP, Ajinkya, knight c3. Your pawn was weak and this is attacked. So you are not very happy about it. And suddenly black's bishop is open there. So a lot of ideas upcoming there. Okay. In fact, if queen c2, this is attacked. Yeah, no, I'll have to go back for now. Got it. So that would be the problem. d5 is not a good idea. Not because of knight e5, but white simply goes queen b3. This is under attack. This is saved. And e5 is under attack. And there is pressure down this diagonal. So you are going to lose the e5 pawn. So that's why d5 would be a mistake. That was a good suggestion. If black goes c5 there, then white can simply say, okay, I'm exchanging. Just if you take here, once again knight e5, you lose a pawn. And if bishop c5, then white gets the center break d4 with attack on your bishop here. So that's also not working out, guys. But I like that you suggested with the idea of trying to, making the bishop support the e3 pawn. Finally, knight g4 was another move which was suggested. Again, that is a threat too. And yes, quite a logical move, nice move, in fact, very possible here. White will have to go d4 and block this threat. But guys, what Ali Reza played? He played the move and he has gone knight g3. He says, no, I am not again going to take my knight which went from b1 to d2 to f1 and tell it कि यार तूने लाइफ में कुछ भी नहीं किया, go back to where you were and again go knight d2, knight b1. No, that's not needed for this knight to do, because that can be done by the rook or the queen. So, or even this night if required in the future. But not you. तुम अब पीछे नहीं हटोगे. That is what Alireza's knight says कि मैं पीछे नहीं हटूंगा, and it's gone to g3. Yes, knight cannot still go to any of the squares because Gukesh has his nice minor pieces controlling there. So right now he is thinking. One important thing which I would like to check, because we had one game by Van Forest versus Gujaro, and Gujaro had played knight e7, and in that game his opponent went for bishop e3. So that changed quite a bit there. Here it's completely now a new game. That's what we can say. And Gukesh is thinking, guys, what are your suggestions for Gukesh? What are the plans he can go for? In the meantime, Arjun's game is going on and they are still playing with king and bishop, it seems. King e4, or is it a draw? No, Arjun is thinking. The game is still going on. Okay, the king is not going to get any entry. They're just playing on for a while. Okay. So let's get back here. How to stop d4 break? That's a question. e6 followed by d5. You mean c6 followed by d5. Bishop h4 and force white to play h3. You mean maybe bishop g4. Guys, पूरा notation का मुझे ही correct करना पड़ रहा है. What's going on? I think Arjun is drawn. Okay, got it. Arjun is playing in Dubai Open. Bishop e6 is another suggestion. Amazing. Oh, look at this. Look at this. No one had suggested knight g6, but that's what Gukesh goes. Knight g6. But I think some of you had suggested the idea of c6 with the idea of d5, and that also cannot be so bad. Of course, you will need to calculate d4, but it cannot be bad. What Gukesh says is, right now I am making sure to first trying to get my pieces active already. I don't really want to waste time. Now can white go d4 at this point of time? Not the best. Which means in some way by playing the move knight g6, Gukesh has actually said that it's not the right time for d4, mate. That's what he said. So why could d4 be not as powerful in this position? What do you think? What would you suggest here? Why not? Important. Try to look at the pattern, some tactical pattern, some theme. Can you think? Little deeply, shanti mein. Rook e8 is a suggestion. E takes d4, knight e4, e takes d4. Keshav says such a symmetrical position seems like made by a fashion designer. I would agree to it, but it doesn't seem symmetrical to me for some reason, except for these four here. But yes, knight g4, bishop g. Okay, a lot of suggestions there for sure, and many of them are decent ones. But an important tactical pattern, if you guys observed, e takes d4. If c takes d4, black to play, this is the reason. This is an important move. This is a tactics which again and again you have to be alert alert for as white? Everyone saying d5. Yes, by the way, let me tell you, d5 is a great idea there. And like Gropri says, knight e4 with the idea of d5 as a pawn fork. Absolutely right. And that is the reason you can see after the simplifications there, suddenly the d4 pawn seems weak, the b4 pawn seems weak, and black's bishops are going to be powerful there. In fact, so doesn't seem very looks still complicated for sure. It's not very clear, but looks much more liberating for black than white. What Ali Reza did, he realized that this is not the time for d4, and that's why he first goes h3. He goes h3, and now Gukesh is thinking. By the way, with knight on g6, he has defended the e5 pawn, so it's possible that he could go rook e8, put more defense for it, and then threaten d5. He could play c6 with the idea of d5. That could be possible for e5, knight d5 here with attacking c3. And maybe is it a good time to directly go d5? That would be also a question to consider again and again and again. Or if maybe takes, and what if, no, this is protected. Again, this knight was important there. So yeah, Gukesh has these three choices and they are all very, very good. So let's see what he's going to go for. But this is Ali Reza versus Gukesh. Gukesh has more time. Gukesh is black and Gukesh is very well prepared. He has this slight edge of, able to get that opening which is favorable for him and which is gone into his preparation. So this is a great news. Gukesh again doesn't think at all, just shows that I am absolutely prepared and I am ready to out prepare you. He goes c6. Now it's clear he is going to go for d5 or maybe first rook e8 and then d5, but these two moves are in the air. Ali Reza will have to think. This pawn either will be the hero or the villain. We have to see. What are your take? What is your take on this pawn, guys? What lies in future for him? We should check other games as well. Absolutely. But Gukesh just played this move, so right now we were still here. Let's go to which game? Magnus Carlsen's game. Magnus is black. Bishop g2, cd4 is the last move by Magnus. Yes, and white is thinking. Caruana is thinking to capture this with the pawn or the knight, or to have an intermezzo over here. So maybe he's still thinking most natural look. C takes d4 right now for Caruana. His king still in the center, so he has to be slightly careful for any ideas there. Let's go to Anish Giri's game. Anish Giri had gone for, what to say, against IQP, and we left at knight c6, castle, rook c1 has been played, trying to get on this open file, and Anish goes b6. He is not worried temporary for the knight, which doesn't have any defense, because he had to be very careful if any tactical ideas could come. No, but they are not in the air at all. And next move, Anish is bringing his bishop to b7, defending the knight and also going to a great diagonal there. And this knight on c6 will then decide in future where if it can come to b4, d5, knight a5, knight c4. All his play will depend on what white is going to do. But b6 has been played by Anish right now. So he is also having a decent decent position out of the opening after 11 moves, and he's also having more time. He's having 1 hour 43 minutes, whereas Nadir Beg is having 1 hour 24 minutes. So that's there. Okay, let's go to People are thinking the pawn will fall soon. It will perish eventually in Gukesh's game. It will perish. Villain. Okay, so that was about Anish. What is IQP? IQP is isolated queen's pawn. Isolated pawn is basically when the pawn cannot be protected by any pawn on the adjacent files. So those two files are generally open, and there you have the isolated pawn. That's the benefit of it, where it gives you some beautiful squares. Here you can see this was the square, but black has controlled, but you definitely have the e5 square, which is stronger on an open file protected by a pawn. So that's the isolated pawn. It's generally weak because it's not protected by its fellow pawn. Let's go to which game we have to see right now. Yeah, after c4, bishop to castle, castle, rook b8 has been played by Aryan Tari, and already Mamedero tries to take a break. e4. The bar says it's a little bit premature. Why does the bar say that? What can black do here that favors black? Guys, some of you had mentioned that after c4, e4 is a typical break. Yes, it is, but at the wrong time, maybe not. You have to be prepared. Was this the time? First of all, of course, can black just play b5? First of all, of course, can black play b5? But what else can black think of? What else? Black to play. What are your suggestions? Bishop e6. Okay, just stay there. Hang in there. That's your idea. Got it. d4, says Mohammed. Yash asks, how come Aryan Tari gets entry in many major tournaments? Or he got in because someone else exited? No, this tournament is in Norway and Aryan is the top player from Norway. So definitely it's that reason. c4, f5. Okay, d takes e4 is a very strong idea. You can go b5 by the way at that point of time, but d takes e4, knight takes e4, clearing the air, clearing the tension, and then black can again develop his bishop with a tempo. And you can see here that this has now become an isolated pawn, isolated queen pawn, and you don't have time to take this pawn there because here also you didn't have time, your knight was attacked. So after e4, this is one of the possibility for black. Another possibility is here he can also go b5, just simply defend the c4 pawn, and maybe white will go b3 break. But even after these exchanges happen there, he is going to have a permanent 2 versus 1 plus an isolated pawn plus quite an open position there, which is where his knights are ready to dance in the position. So this is preferable for Aryan. So e4 has been quite a early break, but Mamedero is very creative. He likes to play open positions, he likes creativity, he likes to attack, he likes to sacrifice. So he got a chance to open the position, and right now he believes that his position is going to be decent. So that's why he's gone for e4. By the way, Nakamura versus Wesley, which was so weird game as we were discussing. Rook e2 was played, knight e8. How many of you would be interested to check this opening out, which we were calling it as a weird opening? Knight went to d2, bishop went to g5. Very interesting. You're gonna challenge this bishop. Knight goes to c4, bishop c1, rook c1. This dark square bishop, which could have been inside these pawns and not so beautiful, has been exchanged. Or it could be on bishop f6, but with the pawn on c3 b2 like a granite. Again, it may not have been the best, so it exchanged. Queen goes to g5, suddenly getting all the dark squares. If you exchange one bishop, then what you many times would love is to have the queen on those colors. So dark square bishop is exchanged here. You are preferring your queen to be on dark squares because you have the other bishop on light squares. So queen d2, and the queens have also been exchanged right now, and Nakamura now takes his knight back to f6, keeping an eye here on the d5 pawn. So this rook cannot leave the d file so easily, and Wesley is thinking. Wesley is down to 1 hour 17 minutes. 1 hour 17 minutes. Yes, that's a huge thing. So that's there. Rook e1, bishop d7 has been played. Again, very quick moves there. Can you not go rook e7, guys? If rook e7, this is not attacked. This is very strongly defended. What should black play here? What should black play? Shriram K says it's hard for the organizers to invite a few players out of many great talents. Absolutely. Absolutely. Queen b6 idea for black, rook d8. Nikhil Maroti, in which position? Rook e8, rook f8, rook a8. Those are the suggestions. Rook a8 or rook f8. Yes, you can exchange the rooks because right now rook cannot go to e2. Rook e2 is a blunder. All of you, if you guys are alert, black to play. Oh my god. Actually guys, black to play. What are you gonna do? That's a very good question there. What are you going to do? What is the simplest way to continue here? Chalo socho, be alert. Here you can see the bar. It's a big hint. It's telling you that it's an amazing position there. But why? The question is why? Yeah, that's the point. It's not just one move. There are a number of moves which are possible. The simplest is to go rook d8, defend this, and now white, this pawn is attacked, the d5 pawn is attacked. But if white defends it with knight e3, then there is this problem. Black to play. Can you guess the move here? Black to play. And it would be game over. क्या बात है चैट, क्या बात है. क्लारा, वेंकटरमन, मोहम्मद, पलनी, आदित्य, सुदीप, विवेक, पल्लवी, क्या ही तुम लोगों ने ढूंढ ली ये मूव. किंग एफ8, a subtle little move which traps the rook because this knight blocked its way, खुद के पैर पे कुल्हाड़ी मार दी, and the rook has no square, so the rook is trapped. King f8, that is amazing. That's the problem with knight e8. And also those who suggested the move rook e8, it was not working. Many of you had suggested, but the problem here was that rook takes e8, bishop takes e8, and now if you go knight e3, अभी है ही नहीं ना rook on e7. You realize this subtle thing, why it was important to retain the rooks. The main idea was not that he cannot defend. He can defend, but at that point of defense there was an effect. This caused an effect which was the rook was getting trapped. What you did with rook e8, basically over here, all those who suggested, it's like, नहीं यार तू ट्रैप नहीं हो सकता, तू रुक जा, तेरे को एक्सचेंज करते हैं और फिर तू आराम से खुद का पॉन बचा ले. That's what you did. A lot good social work there, guys, but you did not win the pawn. So in the game right now, Wesley did not go rook e7. He went f3. He just firstly back rank his defender. Secondly, created a square for the king. As we know, king is a piece in the endgame. There is another idea in the future which white could keep a possibility is a move g4 if it is needed at the right time. So f3 is a little move which helps in improving the position and also getting the king in the game. Okay, so that is Wesley versus Nakamura. Now no more weird. Let's go back to Gukesh because it was important what he did after c6. Gukesh went c6 there and Ali Reza did not think much. 1 hour 25 minutes, 3 minutes he thought. He went bishop to b3. Ali Reza is not at all right now. He did not think of rook b1, rook b3 because I think the main move for him to calculate would be d5 over here. d5 definitely looks scary with the center advancing quite a lot, and if you take here cd5, bishop b5 suppose, again guys, what Gukesh had here. Gukesh is very alert, putting these little traps there. If bishop b5, if this would have happened, what would Gukesh had played with black? I'm sure he saw that 100%, no doubt. Narendra says within the classical game 3 points. No, Narendra, I think it's 2 points, but it's still a confusion. Maybe if you're saying that on official website it's this. Then definitely there's some confusion. Yes, Aryan, f3 also stops the knight from jumping in front. Totally. Sagar is right now not here. He's traveling. Yeah, why the ad? Which ad? Sorry, I didn't get you, Aditya. Guys, a question has been asked to you. What are you doing? Itna slow. Black to play. Or is it my chat? Let me also open the stream on some other this thing and check it out. Because I can't believe you guys can be so slow. Come on. Okay guys, no, I think you guys are not so slow, so my bad, very sorry. How did I, मैंने चक भी कैसे किया चैट पे, गलती मेरी है. पूरा मूव्स आ रहा है बट मेरे मोबाइल पे अपडेट हो नहीं रहा है, सो that was the problem. So let me just change this thing. I think right now I was checking out my chat on some fourth hand mobile, but now it should be okay. It's my mobile and it's all good. Yes, absolutely. Pratham, Venkatraman, Palni, Aryan, Akbar, Akhil, Mohammed, Aditya, Shivam, Chess Online, Gropri, RRP, Rajeshwari, Shivam. Amazing. Well done, guys. Absolutely right. Bishop f2. All the time when you are observant, when you are alert कि यहाँ पे when the bishop goes to b5, this bishop is not protected. It is an undefended piece. And as you know, whenever your alertness for an undefended piece increases कि opponent move करे या तुम्हारे move है, you know, you have a sense and intuition कि there are undefended pieces and all the time to be alert against those pieces if at all any kind of tactic can come. Similarly, with this thing, you found out bishop f2, and all those who did not get bishop f2, make sure that this is how you try to look at tactics when you are aware of the undefended pieces, the hanging pieces. Okay, so bishop f2, king f2, and the move here is queen b6 check. and that's the double attack right there. So well done guys, that is what Gukesh is aiming at. So rook b1 was not played by Ali Reza. He was not comfortable with allowing d5, otherwise anyway he would have to go bishop b3. So what sense did the move rook b1 do? There had no sense. Okay, so he went bishop b3, already facing the move d5 in a way. So now Gukesh has an option to go rook e8 and defend this and then go for d5. That's what something he can do. Or he can do direct d5. Question to you is, if Gukesh goes rook e8, what is the move he will need to seriously consider from white side? Can you tell me? What is the move he will seriously have to consider? सागर को प्रैंक कॉल करके वो थोड़ी अभी उठाएगा, मैंने लिंक भेजा है, बट वी विल कॉल हिम मे बी वंस ही सेटल, ही हैड अ फ्लाइट, ही मस्ट हैव रीच्ड अराउंड 8:30 and then I think he will go and settle, and then once he has met everybody there, I think thoda sa late. Let's wait for a while and we will see. By the way, Gukesh has gone for d5, his pawns in the center. The move which I had asked you to consider, if Gukesh had to think of rook e8, I like it that Grand Prix Chess Online Shivam absolutely well spotted. d4 would be the move, because क्या चल रहा है, it's going like a war कि if I am going to take a central break or you both want to take the break, d5 और d4 के बीच में झगड़ा चल रहा है कि कौन पहले आगे जाएगा. So that's all about that. So rook e8 means that white would get d4 first. Not like it is bad for him or something, he would still reply with d5, as if you remember I had told you that when there are these three pawns there, all the time you have to keep in mind a concept of 4 square. What is that? You have 4 pawns, you have to push the pawns, okay, and push the pawn and consider when these 4 pawns come together, what are the takes, यहाँ से मारा, ये मारा, वो मारा, सब calculate करना पड़ेगा. So there's a lot of tension you are going forward to. So d5 is a move कि भाई ले tension or maybe ले रहा हूँ tension, that kind of a move. When we say release the tension, you are simplifying. यहाँ पे you are taking in the tension. What Gukesh did, he went directly d5. Now this move definitely, does it allow the move, white's move d4? That's again a question to you all. Can white go d4? Can white go d4? Fastest fingers. No says Krishnan. Palni says yes. Gropri says yes. Shubham says no. Vikrant says no. Aditya says yes. Teen ha, teen na. Shivam says yes. Shubham says bar doesn't like. Pallavi says yes. Aryan says yes. Maybe 51% for yes. Very close. Like d4, can it be possible? Bringing all the tension in, and very important move to consider from black would be to take here. I mean, there are a lot of takes. Just check it out. ये as a candidate move, when we are trying to understand, e takes d4, 1 हो गया. Let me ask all of you guys, suggest the moves for black, candidate moves. All of you now know what the candidate moves are, correct? Which are the options black must consider seriously in this position? Rook e8. Yes, one candidate move we have got by Shantanu. Rook e8. Narendra says none of the above, but फिर क्या? Queen c7. de4. Oops, नहीं. de4. Knight e4. Rook e8 हो गया, Queen c7 हो गया, Queen e7 नहीं. I would not consider this as a candidate move because it's in the open file. So these e takes d4 also I will consider. Yes, absolutely. And knight e4. So basically at least what we will start even before rook e8 if we consider here are 3 takes. E takes d4, d takes e4 and knight takes e4. यहाँ से अपन शुरुआत करेंगे कि ये 3 चीज़ें हैं अपने पास to take. If you say e takes d4, there is a typical problem there. Typical problem white to play. A good move. Which is why we will say कि okay, by discard, eliminate. We are eliminating this option. What's that typical move? You have to consider. It's an intermezzo. Intermezzo. Right. Right there. Palni, Aryan, Aditya, Shivam, Gropri, Akbar, Siddharth, Palni. Absolutely correct. This pawn pushes to e5 and the knight is attacked. You don't have time to capture this. And when this knight moves, then there will happen c takes d4 from white. And he has got a very nice center. The bishop from here is going to put pressure here. So, lot of things to worry for black. You are certainly not going to allow this. So, not that move for sure. Now, if you take d takes c4, once again, it's not a good idea. Why? What should white play? Here you have to be alert. You cannot go wrong. If white goes wrong, again he is going to be in some problem. So, what should white play here? Can you tell me why? And what should white play? Why and what should white play? Look, for white, he has 2 main moves to consider. 2 challenging moves. D takes e5 says Rajeshwari. And many of you are saying knight takes e5. Exactly, these are the 2 moves because यहाँ पे the knight is attacked, so you want to consider taking the pawn on e5. यहाँ पे you are also considering to attack this pawn because take this pawn because you are attacking the knight. So, what is the problem if d takes e5? The problem is if you just try to simply मैंने मारा तूने मारा उसके बाद यहाँ पे I say कि मैं नहीं मार रही हूँ, I am not taking this anymore. I am just simply capturing this pawn. And if you also say that I am also going to simply capture this pawn, then black after takes all simple moves. Finally, what does he have? He has removing the guard, bishop takes h3 and he wins the pawn here, plus a beautiful bishop here. So in general, this knight is also ready to either come to whichever square it can to attack the f3 or f2. So lovely position here for black. He's clearly better. This is not something white can allow. So यहाँ पे as many of you found the right move, knight takes e5 would give a lot of trouble to black. He has a strong threat. Look at this, there is a pin. So currently he is threatening to win a piece. So black needs to capture, take, and if black captures the queen also so that the rook gets deflected from the attack of e4, still doesn't matter because finally the knight will have to move, eventually losing the e4 pawn. And now you see this little move h3 was important so that the knight can't go to g4. Okay, so these were the ideas right now which we saw for black taking here, and that's the reason what Gukesh will go in such a situation would be this knight takes on e4 so that there are no threats of attack by d5. This is what is very very likely. If d4 happens, then this is something which can be very very interesting, which can I don't know, which can be maybe more initiative for Gukesh, we can say that. Yeah. Oh wow, there is a lot of tension in the center. I think Ali Reza will not go for d4 moves, d4 business at all. He has to stay cool and calm, and he has to find some better ideas there. So, shall we check out the other games? Shall we check out the other games? Okay, he has to develop. Yes. I mean, computer suggests that Firuza should just simply go bishop d2, wait, be calm. That's one possibility. The other possibility for Firuza is not to go d4 break, but instead to attack the d5 pawn, the center, even further by going c4. So these are the two ideas which are sound for white. So mostly Ali Reza will go for them. For them, yes. Let's go to Magnus's game. What happened? Any castles? No. CD4, and Magnus has given a check here. And if white decides to keep his king in the center, king on f2, that's not a very good idea, because you can see the rook is eyeing here. So what should black play? Can you tell me 3 moves? 2 to 3 moves, not 1 move. 2 to 3 moves. This would be a blunder. Why so? Why is it a blunder? वाह, लोगों का ये देखो, मराठी में बोलते हैं धाड़स. G5. बस जा रहा हूँ. I'm going for hunt. I'm going for the kill. I like the energy there. I like the energy. But जो लोग F5 बोल रहे हैं, all those who are saying F5, थोड़ा रोना आ रहा है. गाइज, इतना बढ़िया रुक, सच ब्यूटिफुल रुक, किंग के सामने F5 पे कितना कुछ हो सकता है. इतना टेंशन है किंग को, और तुम बोल रहे हो F5. बार भी बोला रे, क्या किया तूने? क्या किया क्या? F5 के बाद लाइक टेंशन मत ले, तू टेंशन मत ले, मैं तेरा दोस्त हूँ. आई एम योर फ्रेंड. गाइज, your opponent is not your friend, remember that. So यहाँ पे yes, F takes E5, you're simply winning a pawn. Can you see there is a pin there? So D takes E5, knight takes E5. I think what you must have got trapped in F takes E5, but knight takes E5 again, and this knight is pinned. You cannot lose contact, the king cannot move, and this after taking E5 is happening with the idea of E4. The king is massacred. So he goes knight c3. Obviously Karuna is not going to put the king on f2. He goes knight c3, and Magnus is thinking, shall we go to Gukesh's game again for bishop b3, d5? Ali Reza still thinking. He's down to 1 hour 12 minutes. Let's go to Aryan, knight b4 idea, knight d3. Where in Magnus Carlsen's game, knight b4 idea, knight d3, that's a nice fork idea there. But because you have threatened here, white is going to castle. Now you don't have knight d3 idea, and this knight right now does nothing there, because even if you go knight d3 after queen d2, you will still have to go back. So yeah, looks attractive but does nothing. Let's go to Aryan Tari's game. After e4, in fact he did not take, he went b5. That was also a decent move. And Mamedov has gone queen d2 here. Right now he says, I don't care about d4, but d4 is a move which Aryan should play and isolate this pawn. Now that even c4 is protected, he should go de4. Going to Anish Giri's game, because after b6, where he was playing against the isolated pawn, his opponent Noderbek has gone for the move a3. Now a3 has a few ideas. What are the ideas of the move a3? You guys should tell me. You guys should tell me. Right, Aditya. You guys are saying b4 is one of the ideas. Bishop a2 is one of the ideas, vacating. So b4, bishop a2, bishop b1 also, and yeah, getting your queen on either of the squares. b4, b5. These are the ideas. And also to stop knight b4. That one also, as we know, knight b4, knight d5 is a maneuver which can happen. But yes, bishop a2 is a definitely very strong idea there. This maneuver, this shifting, and it's powerful. So a subtle move by Northerbek. Anish goes bishop b7, and Northerbek right now goes bishop g3. Now Anish is thinking. He still has options, like how we say improve the piece position. That's how we say, right? Improving the piece position. So in that sense, this rook still has scope to improve, and it can come to c8. This rook has to figure out, this queen can develop. So still lot of scope to improve his pieces. So Anish has some work to do, and he will decide on plans. Hikaru has gone into endgame, where we were looking at this position after f3, h5 by Nakamura. Absolutely different idea there, h5. But Wesley also says, no, I'm not going to allow your pawn to go to h4. He goes h4 himself, and Nakamura goes rook e8, challenges the rook, finally takes, and king f2. He took with the bishop, by the way. What is Nakamura's plan? Does he want to go b5, a5, and that's why is he keeping the rook here? Yes, seems like that. He has gone a5 and made Wesley to think what is he going to do on the queen side. Wesley goes b3 already. Now b3 go, Nakamura goes knight d7. He's not thinking. Look at Nakamura's time. He had how much time? 1 hour 35 minutes 47 seconds. After knight d7, he's having 1 hour 35 minutes. Wow, 45 seconds is the time that he has thought. My main question is, isn't a4 looking attractive? What is the problem in the move a4? Guys, what is the problem in a4? Can you guys suggest? Krishnaj asks, how are these GMs so good at finding quiet moves that do mostly nothing? As in, like quiet waiting moves. Are there any books to improve this skill? Yes, Krishna. Firstly, their intuition by this time, by this level, has increased to that level where they understand the move will not have an immediate effect, but later it is going to be proved very worthy. There are many books which kind of focus on this. It's more like a strategy and positional play as well. But Dvoretsky's book, where he explains prophylaxis, is definitely are definitely very good. They are very advanced. I would also say Jakob Agard's books are very good. Jakob Agard's positional play, and I would suggest, if you want it for a intermediate level, you are looking at something to initiate this kind of understanding, then Silman's Reassess Your Chess is a beautiful book, so which will help you to increase the understanding about the pieces, and by that you are then able to make such kind of moves. YMCA, no, I don't know his upcoming tournaments. MJ is saying Nakamura is playing blitz in classical. I agree. Yes. Oh, all of you right. Chaitanya Thakre, Rahul Sethi, Tania Ray, Siddharth Joshi, Haman Kalar, Shubhomit Banerjee, Shivam Acharya, all very different names. Sufia and Vikrant. Guys, well done. B4 is the move. You do not allow exchanges on A file, and the rook on A8 doesn't get active. So B4 is important to not exchange, to not allow exchange. So that's why not A4. Nakamura goes knight D7 and finally leaves pressure on D5, and by doing so releases this rook from the jail. It's like your life in jail is over. Now you can get out and get a new life. That's what he says. Wesley goes knight a3. He's also playing very fast. Oh no, but still he took 5 minutes there. But that's a very, very amazing move there. What a maneuver. Did you see that? Guys, knight a3. Don't go into momentary thinking. The knights are bad at the edge, right? That's what we say. Knight at the rim is dim. That's what we say. But this knight is going to b5, and look how Wesley had to be so alert. He is absolutely alert that the c7 pawn is the base of a pawn chain. Now, which is that pawn chain? C7 and D6. And if he attacks this pawn, black will need one of the piece to tie it down. The problem is you cannot go C6 to attack the knight because D6 will be hanging. Which means right now, can black already stop knight B5? That is the first question. So can black play C6? Guys, please let me know. The second move, not the first move. If black goes C6, what should white play? Tell me two moves. Though. New Max, welcome. Devan says this plan that Naka chose was pretty weird for me. Quite impressive from him to play this so quickly. Yeah, he is very well prepared for this for sure. I asked you for two moves. एक ही move क्यों दे रहे हो? किसने दिए हैं दो moves? Let me see. Who has given two moves? Yes, Tania Ray. Well done. Akbar P. Well done. Shivam Kumar. Yes, you're right. Nikipedia, right. Sufia, right. Absolutely. And Navin, if C6, the point is, this is something you have to remember. Whenever there is a pawn right like this on the D file, when it moves, there is a disco there, and that's what is happening. Rook d6. So this is the advantage which Wesley took, that black cannot go c6 and white wants to intend knight b5. That is really a very good move by Wesley for knight d7. He is very alert for these little moves and these little maneuvers there. Also, his bishop on f1 is relaxing. It's working from home. It did go out initially, traveled the world and went back to his home, back to his comforts, and there he is. Now, Naka is thinking, we will come here again, but before that, but what are these? 1, 2, okay. Let's go to Gukesh's game once again because a few moves have happened. Bishop d2 was played. No, bishop b. First he took on d5. Ali Reza, guys, Gukesh versus Ali Reza, the most interesting match. E takes d5 has been played and Gukesh took knight takes d5. Now c3 is attacked, and as we saw, if knight e5 not gonna work, knight e5, rook e5, once again black to play. All of you, black to play. There are two possibilities, but what are the both are connected? What should he do? Gukesh has a lot of tactical ideas in the game. That's why Ali Reza with white will need to be careful all the time. Wherever he sees his hanging pieces, undefended pieces, which means he has to be careful for all tactical ideas of double attack, checks and all of those. So yes, Jairam, Palni, Siddhant, Mohammad, Narendra, Persevere, Shubomit, Tania, Rajesh, Vari and Chinnu. Absolutely right. Both the moves are working. Bishop f2, king f2, and there you have queen f6 check. The e5 rook is hanging. That's the tactics which I had asked you. First, if you go queen f6, attacking the rook, if the rook goes back to e2, you still have knight c3, and that's a 4. That's working too in this kind of a way. And of course, all those who said knight c3 there, simply with the later you have this idea of bishop d4, that is working too. I'm not saying it's wrong, but I wanted a forcing a tactically alert move, which was bishop f2 if you are alert. Okay, so he has to be alert for all those things. Knight e5 would not be possible by Ali Reza. Obviously he is aware of that. What he does is play bishop d2 and defend the c3 pawn, and that's a little looks safer. What Gukesh did was now time to develop his minor piece, his last minor piece on the board, and he goes bishop e6 there. Nice developing move. Once again, not worrying about knight e5, though c3 is supported, because the idea still exists of bishop f2 and queen f6. So bishop e6 was possible, and somehow, even if the rook is on open file, semi-open file, the knight attacking here, they are still not as powerful. Their power is weakened. So knight h5 was played by Firuza. Firuza now wants to do something dynamic. He is bored of this knight doing nothing. That is obviously very annoying. So knight goes to h5. What is the intention there? What is the intention? It doesn't seem clear, but clearly maybe bishop c2, d4, this bishop eyeing here, this knight eyeing here. And what we know about Firuza is he is very bold. He loves to take risks. He loves to sacrifice. So Gukesh will have to be alert. Another thing is that queen f6 is stopped. So is white threatening knight e5 right now? And that's the reason. How should Gukesh answer to this? Again, a question for Gukesh raised by Ali Reza. Nightbot says follow ChessBase India on Instagram here. Thank you, Nightbot. Guys, please do listen to Nightbot. Aditya says, can you tell what's happening? I had gone for dinner. पहले बताओ खाया क्या? Sentil says, hello ma'am, looks like I'm late for the stream. Yes guys, today is the first day. We have Norway Chess Classical event of 2023. The top event with Magnus, Fabiano, Gukesh, Ali Reza, Mamedaro, Aryan Tari, Nadir Beg, Anish, Wesley, Nakamura, all top players. It's a long event there. And we are very excited to have Gukesh in such a strong event. It's not easy. All of you, if you know, yesterday Gukesh beat Magnus in the Blitz event, Norway Blitz. So we're really looking forward to the classical Gukesh versus Magnus. I don't know which round is it though. It's a round robin, so 10 players, 9 rounds. There are rest days in between. But very interesting part about this tournament is if the game ends in a draw, they will have to play 2 blitz games. पालक पनीर विद नान से सारे थे गाइस क्या खाया आज तुम लोगों ने लेट मी नो यू नो इट रिमाइंड्स मी ऑफ कोविड बिकॉज अर्लियर when it was a lockdown and we all used to be at home, we used to have this one question ki, what did you have for dinner, what did you have for lunch, and everybody had such nice items there, food items, and only when you would read the whole chat it would be like you'll feel hungry already. But knight h5 has been played and Gukesh is thinking. Mostly he can defend his pawn with the queen. Yes, that would be possible. I like this bishop here, so I don't feel like bishop c7 is a good idea. But देखते हैं. Okay, Harsh says chicken biryani. Sophia's B is chicken biryani. Dal with तरोई की सब्जी. ओके हिंदी लुक्स डिफ़िकल्ट. आमरस विथ मेथीची भाजी एंड पोळी. अरे क्या बात है, दैट्स अ गुड कॉम्बिनेशन. पालक पनीर. करी बीन्स करी विथ चपाती. Sachin Ranade, hello Sachin. So good to see Gukesh playing with the top-notch players. He will be in top 10 soon. Absolutely, we believe that. छोले, अरे यूएस में छोले क्या ही मज़ा चल रहा है सचिन. दूधीची भाजी. अरे अरे ओमकार, hats off to you man. It's a very tough सब्जी to eat. अंकुरित मूंग and puri, आमचा अचार. Very interesting. Bhindi masala, Chaitanya. Yes, that's definitely a favorite. Okay, guys, there are a lot of interesting food items happening in the chat and I have enjoyed all of them. So, maza aaya. Thanks for sharing. I also had bhindi ki sabji and dal rice today. So, let's now continue again back to analysis. Otherwise we will become a recipe channel soon. And Sagar will be like क्या चल रहा है इधर, चल क्या रहा है. I'll have to tell him, Sagar, don't you worry. Gautam says Abdul Satara won the whole blitz event where Gukesh came second last, so let's not hide. No, that's not like that, Gautam, because beating Magnus on the board is definitely not an easy thing. So, what remains as an, what to say, as a thing which you do something special, that cannot be taken away by something else. So, I mean, I look at it that way. सिया सेज घर पे वही दाल चावल बना था, सो मैंने नूडल्स बना के. ओके, कल की हालत हमने मैगी खाया. गॉट इट. सो लेट्स माई इन लॉज आर हियर सेज सचिन. दैट ऑल्सो मीन्स आई कैन डेडिकेट मोर टाइम टू चेस. बॉट वुड पेकर. ओ अनचेसेबल. इंटरेस्टिंग सचिन. नाइस. मोर टाइम टू चेस. मज़ा आएगा. All of you, let's have a lot of fun because Gukesh is playing such an event and let's cheer for him because such an amazing event we have there. Not very often we are able to see, but I mean it's going to become common. It is becoming common that in such a strong event we are going to have our teenagers, but it is something we shouldn't miss witnessing for sure. Knight h5, Gukesh is thinking. He has come down to 1 hour 11 minutes. What I like is he is being careful about his time. That's something he is definitely doing. Ali Reza used to come under time pressure. So we have to see what this game, how it is going to flip, whether it is going to get into too tactical or any simplifications are going to happen. Ma'am, what if knight f6, knight h5 asks Senthil? But you wanting to go knight f6 right now, allowing bishop e6, because fe6 doesn't look great with this double pawn on the open file. And if you take the knight on h5, this bishop can move. Maybe even this diagonal seems fine. It will have to defend, in fact, either here or here. So you are not very happy by, giving this imbalance of double bishop to him. You had a good bishop there. So yes, it's a possibility, but it will give some initiative for white. Rather than that, maybe black should try to look at other options. One is queen d6, where he defends the e5 pawn, plus he completes his development. So that definitely is a move to consider. I don't know, the other move which the computer suggests is again a move I don't really align with. Knight d7. He clearly wants to attack the d3 pawn here, and what he's not worried about is takes and these double pawns on the open file, because d3 is attacked and white has to decide how is he going to save it. Because if white goes, guys, stay alert, if white goes queen c2, black to play. Here is a question for you, a very very important question. I want a best move, I don't want a second best move, I want a best move. But engine dekh ke nahi, I want you to use your brains. Be truthful to yourself, be truthful to me, because what goes around comes around. So make sure you make a habit of being truthful. That helps you everywhere in your life. Absolutely everywhere. You will get more than what you will ask for just by being truthful. Sorry, but make sure you do not look at engine. This is very important. Akbar, Fenil, Tanmoy, Ajinkya, Aditya, Siddharth, हैरी पॉटर चेस खेलेगा, क्या बात है, पल्लवी, सेंटिल, वेल डन, great find. Rook takes f3. As you saw here, the queen just left its knight there, no more supported it, and black is very happy to give this exchange sacrifice, because just look at this structure. Just look at this structure in every possible way. Here there are many ways to continue, because he can bring his knights to h4, then get his queen to f8, attack the f3 pawn. It's already not going to be easy even now. If queen goes to f8 and attacks the f3 pawn, for white to defend it is not going to be possible, because the queen jumps into f5, once again double attack. So all of this is happening because of one reason. What is it? Too many undefended things in white's position. This is the alertness you need to have. When there are just so many hanging pieces, undefended pieces, such kind of sacrifices can happen, because not at an immediate moment a tactic can come, but even with slow threats. Queen f8 was one threat, then on next move queen f5 was another threat. You see, attacking one by one things. So these threats are constantly coming. These are the tempes which black is getting, and suddenly you realize that you are in a mess. Okay, so this was very interesting, and many of you found out what Gukesh goes for is bishop c7. And why this is not the best idea is, as we know that this bishop was important on this diagonal. It was really doing a good job. Of course, it looks very tempting that you go bishop c7, then you can have your queen on d6, you can have threats here, you might otherwise challenge this knight on f3 and exchange, get your queen to h4, sacrifice here. All of this humanly is very tempting, and especially I can understand even for Gukesh, who is a very attacking player, who loves to attack, or definitely again very exciting for him this move. But there is one big problem. White to play. What is wrong with this move? And do you think Ali Reza will be alert enough? Because that move, the reason why Gukesh played this move is the move which the bar, if you just see the bar here, it's so happy. Oops, it's so happy for white. And that move is not very natural. In fact, not at all natural for white, especially when you are keeping this bishop here on this diagonal. The move which computer suggests looks very anti-intuitive. This is not a blunder, it's a positional error, you can say, but it is not easy for Ali Reza to find it, guys. It's not so easy. C4, most of you are suggesting a move C4 here. And look, if you go C4, bar very happy. Very, very, very happy. The knight is attacked. The knight goes to F6, challenges the H5 knight, asks him कि भाई क्या कर रहे हो, पीछे जा रहे हो, exchange हो रहे हो, इरादा क्या है, what's your plan? And once the knight goes to G3, if it goes back, if it says नहीं यार ignore मार रहा हो तेरे को, then the black, what is black going to do here? Very simple. As I have been telling all of you, be alert, be alert. There are a lot of weaknesses in white's position. Black to play. You miss it here, then यहाँ पे अटैक आ रहा है. इधर मिस किया तो वहाँ पे हो रहा है. Constant alertness is required. And this alertness, with every single move where white needs to be more alert, what happens many times is in the later part of the game, a mistake happens. This is all the whole, it's very, very connected. Yes, absolutely. Senthil, Tanmoy, Aditya, Ranjit, Pallavi, Rajeshwari, Ankur, Akbar, Aryan, Ayush, and Siddharth. Queen d3, this d3 pawn was weak, you lost it, the knight cannot go back, and if takes and takes happen, once again with a move like c4, what you have done is made this d3 into a backward pawn. A pawn which is on an open file, and a backward means it doesn't have any other pawn besides it which can defend it. So it's really weak. Okay, so that's what you did for black. So c4 is not working. Oh my god, but Ali Reza finds this move d4 and he doesn't take much time. How much time does he think for bishop c7? Ali Reza had 1 hour 6 minutes. He thinks for only 6 minutes and takes his chance. This was his only chance, but a very important chance. Now the whole point is, maybe what either Gukesh has calculated something very great. We'll try to figure out what he must have calculated, or the thing what he would have missed is after bishop c7, if on a very surface level you think here d4 takes and then it helps me to open my diagonal, you eliminate d4 intuitively. You don't feel comfortable with such a move. So d4 is a move, that is the reason it can be missed. It's not like a very obvious miss or aise kaise kar diya kind of. It's definitely possible. So here for Gukesh, firstly as an improvement, it was important that he could go queen d6, and the other move which we were looking at, knight d7, was extremely not very human. In fact, it had a lot of interesting ideas by opening the f file there, all of that. So those were the two options. He went bishop c7, and after d4, here it is important that Gukesh stays alert, he's on his toes, and he can still manage to find the best move so that Ali Reza doesn't get more than slight initiative. So that is important. Can Gukesh be on his toes? What should he play here with black? Not easy. Let's just try to check a few suggestions from the chat. Guys, black to play. Here, this is your position. क्या सोच रहे हो? What are the moves which come to your mind? Siva says, I also want to play tournaments, but my school doesn't host any tournament and no local tournaments happen in GKP. What is GKP? Maybe Gorakhpur. I don't know. But you can check out SIA sessions on AICF. There is a calendar. ChessBase India also has a calendar. So you can check out the tournaments. You can try to go for some tournaments. Maybe be in some groups, chess groups where you get all updates. And I guess you will be having tournaments. Okay, few of you. So I'm getting new ideas like from people. By the way, games Gukesh has played, but what Gukesh played ED4, okay, and what it's still some trouble there for him. What you guys had suggested was few of you E4, but E4 is losing a pawn with takes there, and even if you go queen d6, h2 is defended, so there's nothing to worry yet. So that's not going to work. Apart from e4, if you guys have suggested knight f4, knight f4 ko takes, knight takes f4, bishop takes e6, with whatever you take, then e5 will be hanging. Again, here you lose material, so that's not going to work. So in general, what was white's threat with d4 is he has attacked this pawn thrice now after d4, and black has two things. So he really needs to, it was kind of important to see what Gukesh can do, and he went e takes d4. Now the point is, moving this knight away doesn't seem very natural here. Like, also I'm not even sure if it is good enough. Like knight b6 for example, bishop takes e6, f takes e6, and if white takes the pawn on e5, there is a trap by Gukesh. There is again something to, you have to be alert. White's pieces are so scattered, and they are all so, what to say, interconnected. Somebody is defending, somebody is overloaded with defense, somebody is kidhar to dur, kidhar to hanging. So these are the things which Gukesh has to be alert about. Yes, all of you who found out rook f3 are brilliant work there. This really would be a savior for Gukesh if something like this could happen, because if he takes, then you win this bishop and two pieces for a rook, a knight and a bishop here, which is a great news. And if you take with the g pawn, then it's a great provocation by you. The queen jumps in to attack the knight here. So that is a big problem there. So once again, just simply taking a pawn for white would not have worked. And if he would have tried to take with the knight, then after takes, there would be a lot of play here also possible by Gukesh. So definitely this was something interesting. But knight b6, look at this move, yeah. Knight b6 was the move which we were analyzing. It is so anti-intuitive again. When d4 has been played last move, attacking the e5 pawn, how are you supposed to think of a move like knight b6? I mean, I would consider it very, very difficult to move. So Gukesh went for the natural e takes d4, and Ali Reza, oh my god, guys, knight d4 and the position bars is equalized, but what did Ali Reza miss? My god! What a move Ali Reza had! This is crazy! Oh my god, completely crazy! But suddenly, it's like out of nowhere, Ali Reza was getting this kind of opportunity. This is just insane! Wow! No wonder Ali Reza missed it, and in fact, even Gukesh missed it. The whole thing why Gukesh allowed this was in their calculation. This intermezzo right now which is happening is something was so hard for both of them to see. And when they go back home and when they will look check their game. I don't think they are going to realize even during the game. This is very hard to know. Only when they go back, I think they are going to realize. That's what I feel. I would love if they are asked this question in the interview, because that's going to shock them. Completely shock them. Okay, so I have got a few moves, okay, from all of you guys. So I'll just show them as a candidate moves. Rook e6. This is interesting. Okay, rook e6 is one move which you guys have suggested. Bishop c2 is one move which has been suggested. And bishop h6 has been one move which has been suggested. These are the three main moves, and c4 as well, because that's an intermezzo. I like that all the moves are in, except for bishop c2, most other moves are giving a threat. So that's why they are counter-attacking moves, and that's why they are intermezzo. So well done, all of you, for suggesting this. Rook e6, the most natural, f takes e6 there, and you have given an exchange. Plus, don't forget that you are a pawn down here, and you might now take the pawn back, and queen h4, just a simple position there, with lot of play by black, keeping pressure here. Right now it's defended there, but you are not worrying about this because f2 is hanging, and this is lovely for black. Okay, this is lovely. So rook e6 doesn't give you enough compensation. c4, if you attack this knight but close your own bishop, once again the knight goes back, challenges this knight, and once again you are getting nothing, because this d4 pawn, black is a pawn up and it stays. The whole point here was bishop h6. This was the move which both Gukesh and Alireza, both of them have missed this move. And what would be the reason? First of all, one reason is sure, that it comes out of nowhere. That is definitely one reason. Absolutely. But what really happens there? If g takes h6, then white to play. White to play, and black is in big trouble. White to play, and then he is like +4. Can you, what? Sorry, I did not change. That happened auto. Let's come back to Gukesh's position. Oops. Oh my god, all the analysis went. Doesn't matter. For ed4, bishop takes h6. And if g takes h6, what should white play was the question. Yes, guys, you guys are right. Queen d4. Absolutely alert there. And suddenly there is a mate on g7. There is a mate on g7. There are threats like bishop d5, knight f6 check, and putting the king in absolute prison against this queen. Very strong threats. And for black to defend it, if he goes f6, then he has left the control of e6, and white wins back the piece, plus he's won a pawn, plus everything looks crazy weak. So that's not gonna work. The only other option is to block with something on e5, but once again the rook still takes the bishop, not at all worrying about the material, because this is just a complete heartbreak there for black if this is allowed. So bishop h6, if you play g h6, it's just going to be over, and you cannot take. That means the bishop stays on h6. So the next question which comes to your mind is, okay, you have won the pawn. Not just that, what is white doing? He's also threatening to win the g7 pawn. Can you defend this pawn right now, guys? No, just tell me a move, and you cannot. The bishop cannot come to e5. There is no knight which can come to f5. So actually you cannot defend the g7 pawn. If you take here, then white simply takes the g7 pawn, attacks this guy here on e6, and also soon going to go queen d4. So that is, in fact, can he go queen d4 here? Yeah, he could go, but knight g7 is stronger, but he could go. So this would have been a big trouble for Gukesh, and we are happy that this did not happen. Bishop h6 was missed, guys. That was so tough that even Alireza missed it, even Gukesh missed it. And now what are you guys thinking about this? Can you let me know? How easy or difficult was it for you all? Do you think during the game you guys could have found this? And in between, do listen to Nightbot, follow Chessbiz India on Instagram there. And guys, do like the stream because we are having an amazing game between Gukesh and Ali Reza at Norway Chess Classic 2023. It's one of the most amazing tournament with all the top players and a very different format. When the game ends in a draw, they will have to play another two blitz games. So that's the most interesting part. And when you win, you get 2 points. That's what we know as of now. So it's really a privilege that Gukesh was invited to such a strong event there, and he is right there. So let's like the stream so that more people get to know about it. Yes, but only if I was fully focused. I'll never find this. Can you see it? It seems double. Okay, so yeah, this was definitely a difficult move, and I think we all would not have found it at all if Gukesh and Ali Reza did not. It's that too with so much time, 1 hour on hand. The mindset only was not at that move, you know. The mindset was very different. For it was never in question. This idea was not there until you kind of get your pieces all going together. The idea was very different. The queen coming to d4. Oops, not array. Yeah, to d4, and the whole point, the weak point was g7, which is so hard to understand. That g7 caused all this, you can say, tsunami. Okay, so what happened in the game? D4 was played, and d4 was played. After ed4, he played knight d4. Okay, Ali Reza went knight d4, attacks the e6 bishop, and Gukesh goes queen d6. He defends the bishop here, I mean the pawn here, which was the important thing. Another thing this could be threatening is queen h2, because now you know there is no knight on f3. So queen d6 and knight g3, he goes back, what a slip of tongue, and blocks the way of the queen. And now black, Gukesh goes rook a d8, getting his rook on the d file. The d file is becoming like quite nice in its design, and Ali Reza is thinking, I am wondering he will be okay to capture this, but if you see this bishop, it cannot really go to f5 or g4. It will not be very happy to be on d7. Maybe it could go on c8 now after rook a d8 has been played. So that is the reason, maybe a good time to capture this. Takes right now. Looks good, and Ali Reza, I think, would be very inclined to go for something like this, where his queen comes to g4, attacks the g6 knight, attacks the e6 pawn as well, and here Gukesh will need to be alert. Black to play. How would you defend? Guys, every time the question is something related with an attack. Here the question is, how will you defend? How will you defend? Golakaram says, hi ma'am, with motivation from videos and games, I played classical chess after almost 6 years. I am rated 1157 and lost 9 elo points. It felt draining after 30 moves. Does it feel this way after gap? Golukaram, firstly, big congratulations that you were able to play your first classical event after such a long time. And I think 9 elo points is very fine. After such a long time, people lose like 50 points, 100 points. So well done on that front. And yes, absolutely, you were giving your best. You were thinking so much. It could drain you. You have to take care of other factors which get involved in chess, like your physical fitness, what you eat before the game, whether you've got enough rest, whether you are drinking water. Lot of things have to be taken care. It is not just chess. It is the whole spectrum. So Maybe next time you can check it out. And also your stamina, build up the stamina for calculation. So yes, there it is. Oh, Himang says, by the way, Norway Chess has kept a confession room this year. Players can come to the room in between their game and speak for a short time about their thoughts on the ongoing game. Wow, that's interesting. Okay, people have suggested few ideas. One is rook f6, looks very logical because you do double defense there. But as you look at the bar, you realize that it is calling for trouble. It is calling for trouble. Again, I think the position of Gukesh versus Firuza's game has become quite complicated. Like, things are delicate there. Lot of weaknesses, lot of undefended pieces, lot of tactical ideas in the air. So here after rook f6, what white can do is to bring his rook on d1. This is all not so easy to understand, that why such a move, such a subtle move, quiet move can give such advantage to white. But majorly you see this knight, it is pinned, and that's why to go to f4 is not going to be very easy. Plus the bishop can jump to e3, c5. That's another thing. The knight, can it jump to e4? Maybe not, because there's queen h2 check. Maybe not immediately, but yeah, it's something to again keep in mind there. So these are the ideas which I don't think are very practical, some of them. That's why some of them will be missed. So rook f6 is not the best idea. If the first question also comes is, if knight f4, which knight? Yeah, this knight, because otherwise there is this bishop also. The problem is, if you take bishop takes f4, knight takes f4, and 1, 2, 3, whereas for black he is defending with 1 and 2 pieces. So right now, what if bishop takes e6? What is the problem there? What is the problem there? If you win a pawn, if white is winning a pawn, this is something not again easy to assess, that being a pawn down, what black gets in return is the exchange of the queens and then getting his rook. If you see, to be alert for the pawn on a2, which on move number 10th had become a weakness. So these are the things which are not very easy to understand, that the weaknesses have been created, and this is how black can also get some things with them. And that's why Gukesh and Alireza both will have to be careful. And all of those who suggested knight e5, well done, a great move. You have blocked the attack by doing so. So that is one of the defensive techniques you should remember, that blocking the attack. Yeah. So knight e5, quite a strong move. The queen will have to decide where to go. Maybe queen h5 or queen d4 there, whatever. Oh, queen h5 is a super blunder. Nice work, Amruta. Queen h5 is a bad move, guys. Can you tell me why it is a blunder? Nightbot says pawn pushing industries private limited at work. Arey Nightbot, well done. YMCA says there was a study that claimed that chess players burn 3000 calories in a classical game. Nice. Diet के बदले chess खेलो, guys. Who can hear player spoke from confession room? Maybe it's just there is a camera and they are recording. Okay. Knight f6, that's the suggestion right now, guys, by you. Knight f6, you want to attack the queen, and this queen right now cannot really go to any of these squares here, but there is also queen d2. That's a good blunder. That's a good one. Also, knight d3 is possible because f2 is hanging, e1 is hanging, and if you go rook e2, there is still takes and g3, and these ideas are also there. So, okay, so rook a d8 has been played. Tactics, Ali Reza needs to be alert even if he plays knight e6, allowing the rook here, things to take care of. So Ali Reza has some work to do. He's gone to 49 minutes. Gukesh has 58 minutes. Let's check other games as well. Magnus Carlsen. Now Magnus Carlsen is black. He has played French here, and this is the position which we have on the board. None of the pieces have been exchanged. All minor pieces exist. All major pieces exist. So the bar prefers the position for white, and we have to see Magnus Carlsen will have some work to do. He has got this rook on the open file. White has this open file here. What is this e6 pawn called, guys? What is this e6 pawn called? Backward pawn, backward pawn, backward pawn. Yes, Devan Maharshi, not YouTuber, Suniti, Tanmay, Siddharth, no, not Siddharth, Aditya, absolutely right, and Aryan Raj. This is a backward pawn here on the open file, not having any support by its pawns. The adjacent pawns are advanced if you see here. So a backward pawn means that it is a weakness, and either we look at it in a way where it can advance and then it can remove itself as a weakness, or we need our pieces get tied down for that. In this scenario, you can see e5 looks impossible for black. So looks like as of now a very important weakness in black's position, in Magnus's position. In the same way, this is the isolated queen's pawn for Fabiano, and currently very well protected by these three guys there. But last move if you see of Magnus, look at this. He went bishop e7, a nice maneuver aiming at a pin there, and it definitely looks scary. So Fabiano goes back knight e2 and challenges the queen exchange. I guess Magnus is going to exchange the queen here, takes, and mostly what, bishop d2. What if knight takes d2? What is the problem if knight takes d2? What should black play here? What should Magnus find here? I mean, Magnus will of course find. What should you guys find here? नरेंद्र says मेले में खोया हुआ pawn. Nice, good one. Have you heard the Eminem of Chess, Magnus Carlsen by Young Yellow? No. Yes, Siddharth Bhavan, Sentil Devan, Aditya. Well done. Knight b4 is a strong move, taking advantage of this open file, threatening a fork there, a very strong fork, which cannot be stopped. And if you might go rook a c1 trying to stop, but by doing so, you have forgotten your little pawn on a2 there. So knight b4 comes in very strong, and that's the reason bishop d2 will become very important. so that if now knight b4, at least there is no fork. And now because black has no direct threat as such, rook c2 is there, which can be supported. This bishop can be supported. White can go on with his ideas of putting pressure, as we thought of, on this pawn which is right now fixed, because until these two pawns exist, we can call this as a fixed backward pawn, because you cannot really think of e5 unless it is a tactically happening. Yeah, sometimes there is a pin here and all those things, but until that time this is going to be scary. Bishop h3 is going to insert a lot of pressure. Black has to be alert for ideas like knight g5. So here we are, Magnus is thinking, let's go back to Gukesh's game, because they played a few moves after queen d6. Knight g3 was played. No, sorry, they didn't play. Rook a8. Who is still thinking? Firuza is still thinking. How long it has been since Gukesh's last move? 59 minutes. Firuza started his thought at 59 minutes. And now he has thought for 15 minutes. And he's come down to 44 minutes. Within the next 5 minutes, he should be actually making a move. So we will see. 5 minutes. Yeah, he should not use more time than that. Going to Aryan Tari's game, where after e4 takes, knight takes, bishop e6 was played, rook a d1 played by Mohamed Arrow, bishop went to d5, the knight went to c3, quite logical it looks like, and Aryan went queen d6, putting his queen on dark square there. Knight went to e5, and very typically adding pressure on d4. Bishop goes to f3, takes, some exchanges happening there. Once again the knight goes to f5. Of course, so much pressure here after knight f5. The computer suggests b4 first, but okay, knight f5 was played, and it gave white a chance to push his pawn to d5. That's why it was important actually that you don't allow white's d5, because the pawn seems to be weaker on d4 than on d5. What did I press? I pressed something, sorry. Yeah, the pawn seems to be weaker on d4 than d5. That's why the better ideas was to go knight d5, so that the knight becomes a blockader for the moment. And if you take here after queen takes, that this knight is far away to attack the queen yet, and in the meantime there is 1, 2 and 3 guys attacking this d4 pawn, 1, 2 and 3 guys defending this d4 pawn, which means none of the white piece can literally move, otherwise he loses the d4 pawn. This would have been better for black, but he goes knight f5, and there he gets the opportunity. Very alert Mohamed Arrow takes the opportunity, goes d5, finally feels a little relieved to go d5. Knight b4 has been played, and he is thinking position can get very dynamic right now from this point with queen g5. So let's keep a watch here. Anish Giri is black, and the last we saw Anish Giri was after rook c8. Not really, after bishop g3. After bishop g3, photo I have to change. After bishop g3, bishop d6 was played by Anish. Look at how Anish is going to play. Let's see, because we decided that this game against IQP, we must see and learn from Anish and Nadirbek. Yeah, bishop d6. Anish challenges this dark square bishop here after bishop d6. He goes, Nadirbek says, no, I do not want exchanges, because more the exchanges, more the d4 pawn becomes weak. So he goes knight e5. Okay. Anish goes rook c8, bringing his rook on the open c file. Fair enough. Nadirbek goes bishop b5. Now, computer doesn't like it, but doesn't matter, because it's not like the only move games. It's very hard to follow that. But bishop b5 is played right now. He moves the bishop from c file and asks Anish, what are you going to do? This is not hanging, but he certainly must take care of certain ideas. So Anish says, I'm gonna go bishop b8, not really do anything about this knight here. For you guys to know why the computer gave slight advantage to black was because of the move knight e7, which felt very strong, so that the knight maneuvers itself to f5, attacks this g3, also d4. That was a good idea for black. Anish goes bishop b8 and Abdul Sattar goes queen a4, inserting more pressure on the c6 knight. Also an eye on a7. Anish now goes knight e7, finally finds this timing right for the knight to maneuver. Knight goes to d7, exchange, offering an exchange, forced exchange. Knight takes d7, bishop takes d7, and Anish first plays a smart move. He first takes bishop takes g3. It is important because this rook otherwise will be trapped. It has nowhere to go. So bishop g3. And now if Nadirbek tries to win this rook here, bishop takes c8, then what should Anish play? An important move here. Only move. What should Anish play? आदित्य मोंटी, आज एक ही राउंड होगा, मरवाओगे क्या? 6 घंटे 5 घंटे का राउंड के बाद प्लेयर्स भी और इधर मैं भी, उधर सब चैट भी two moves in the air which look forcing. Bishop h2 suggested by many of you, because if king h2, then you want to take this thing here, queen c8. I mean, you lose the pawn there. But if you count a material, maybe here there is also some disco, maybe bishop c8. If you count a material here, you guys are exchanged down. Alright? Exchange, and the compensation is not going to be enough here. So important is to go bishop c6 and first counterattack this queen and ask the queen, where are you going to go? Because if the queen takes the a7 pawn, then what you suddenly get is knight c8 happens with a tempo there, and then you are able to save this bishop. That's a big thing which is happening there. If the queen doesn't capture the a7 pawn and plays something like queen a6, once again the bishop can go back, the c8 bishop is attacked, and again the bishop is trapped. Only move is bishop b7. But black to play, find this, be alert, important moment. Again and again we are seeing tactics are happening when the pieces are not defended or defended not enough. So here, what should black play? And that's why Anish has played amazingly. He has been very alert, really alert. Deven, Senthil, Aaron, Aditya, Ash, Bhavan, Siddharth, Knaisabor. Yes, you guys are right. There again comes an intermezzo threatening a checkmate in one move, and when you save the checkmate, there you are, bishop b7. You will land up in 2 pieces for the rook. So that was a great calculation by Anish, and he goes bishop g3, and definitely white cannot take the rook. He cannot take the rook. He will have to take the bishop. And it's a big question whether you take with f pawn or h pawn, because f pawn is going to make the d4 weaker, and in some way the second rank also weaker. So if he mostly will have to take with the h pawn, and this rook can save itself and force the bishop to go back. So this seems likely in Anish's game. He has played brilliantly against this isolated pawn, and suddenly what white should have had is the dynamic situation. He should have had some threats and some kind of attacking possibilities, but that's not happening there, because of which because black really has been able to exchange two minor pieces, which makes this d4 pawn weaker. Black has managed to have this lovely bishop there. Black has managed to stop the isolated pawn from being pushed and getting exchanged. So black has been extremely careful, and this knight is going to jump either on d5 or f5. So Anish played brilliant, I would say. Okay. Oh, this has happened, guys. Actually, Abdusatarav has taken the rook on c8. That's not a good idea. Anish finds bishop c6. Of course, that is what he intended. But allowing this is going to become more troublesome for Nadirbek. Allowing this by Anish. Wow, Anish really is playing amazing chess. Bishop c6, and we will see what Nadirbek is going to do. But in the meantime, let's quickly go to Gukesh's game. We don't want to miss what's going to happen there. Knight g3, rook a d8. Oh, knight e6, fe6 did happen. Queen g4 also the move which we were looking at. And if you all remember, we analyzed that knight e5 is a must to be found by Gukesh to defend. And here is it. He finds it. Gukesh is alert in defending. He finds knight e5, good move, and Alireza goes back to e2. Queen e2 has been played. Once again, Gukesh has to decide what to do. The position has changed quite a lot. Everything has changed, and 2-3 moves ago it was something like this. Before that, when he played, it was something like this. Constant change is happening here. It's the most flexible thing which is happening. Every move they are having so many changes. The pawn structure is changing, and they are big changes. The imbalances are changing like anything. The pawn structure, especially the piece exchanges, big major changes are happening. So with this change, what is really important is, if you are not alert, you don't realize. What happens is, you are in that old self. You are in that old position. In this position, this knight was better on this square. This bishop was better on this diagonal. No, but when it all changes, then once again you need to reassess. Once again you need to recheck. Where are my pieces going to be better? So that change is, have to be grasped. And this observation is very, very critical. So guys, you also make sure that in your games, whenever there are exchanges, whenever the pawn structure changes, sometimes change along with the plan. Okay, so यहाँ पे queen e2 के बाद, what are the moves you guys think for Gukesh, or you for yourself? Let's say you are black in this position. Can you suggest? आदित्य मोहंती सेज मैम आज मैंने पीक फॉर्म में हूँ, सारे करेक्ट बोला. ओके, वेल डन आदित्य. Sentil asks, what if bishop b6 after queen e2? Please explain. Isn't black winning after bishop b6, queen e5, bishop f2? Like the question, Sentil. Your question is fair enough. Takes, if takes, then there is bishop takes f2 check. And now, I know that you have seen the bar. Funny thing is, let me again ask you, all of you, this king can right now go to 3 squares. But only one square is the right square. Which one? Not at all difficult. Very easy. नहीं यार F1 तो मत जाओ यहाँ पे. Bishop d4 check and there is a disco, so no, not king F1 for sure. Oh no, is there better? No, a lot of things. So not king F1, not king H1, king H2. Keeping this knight protected is important. And if black takes on E1 right now, the point is queen takes and you take this bishop back. And if you now count the material, rook and knight for rook and knight, so for this rook you will realize that white is having these two bishops and for a rook and a pawn, and that's not going to be really enough because your pawn is not advanced, or it is not that kind of a pawn ki jo f2 pe hai giving serious threats. So that's not going to work there. Good question though. But here if queen takes e5 instead of bishop f2, the first you will have to take, and now you can take. No, still bishop f2, king h2 is there. So important would be to stay alive. Rook takes f2 with the idea of discovered checks, and if he goes king h2 here, then you have rook d2. Okay, so that's a good question. It's Senthil. Bishop b6. White will not go in taking. White would simply go knight e4, attacking the queen, defending f2 and playing it safe, and this might land you in some kind of a trouble. So that's the reason. What are the ideas for black, guys? What are the ideas for Gukesh? Sagar had mentioned kb4. Okay, maybe you mean knight b4, and rook f6 also is suggested. Rook e8. So guys, I like these are your suggestions which have been there currently for Gukesh. Rook f6. You want to save the e6 pawn. Natural idea there. That's what you want to do. If rook d8, if rook e8, again this rook from d8 is moving, trying to defend this thing here. But knight b4 has been suggested, and that's the first move to keep in mind because it's a forcing move. It's giving a threat there. d2 is hanging, and Ali Reza is thinking there what to, if knight b4, then Ali Reza will have to think what to do, how to answer, because a simple move like c takes b4 will land Ali Reza in trouble. A simple variation like this, just a forcing continuous simple variation like this, even if it ends with a check, it is going to land in trouble for Ali Reza. Why? If you now realize the reason is guys here are disconnected. They cannot support each other. So there are these weaknesses. Plus there are these f2, both the rooks, the knight coming to d3 seems very dangerous. So knight b4, will Gukesh make this move? And if he makes this move, how should white answer this move? Wow, because wow, you know what guys, Ali Reza will have to find a good move here. Let's say, can you guys find that move? Believe me, I would say it's not as easy. Can you guys find a move? So definitely Gukesh is thinking knight b4. Definitely. Currently he is calculating all of this. I like all the suggestions from you all. I mean, just the variety the chat brings in, and I find it so amazing. Bishop e6. So let me just mark the moves again. There is bishop e6 and there is bishop h6. These are the two most important suggestions which are being given, and both are amazing because bishop e6, what you want to do guys is you want to distract the queen so that you can capture this knight there. But in doing so, material pawns are equal, just black has them on queen side and you have them on king side. Pawns are equal, but what has changed? What has changed for black? This knight is not hanging, and what has changed for black, I mean for white especially, is if this knight comes on d3, it's gonna be a monster, just a big monster. You don't like, no, blacks, all the pieces are in attacking mode, absolutely attacking mode. So that's even a simple move like queen g6 with the threat of knight d3 is going to make white's life super tough. You cannot stop knight d3. Firstly, you cannot stop knight d3. Whatever white plays here, it's very hard. A move, simple move like rook d1, trying to defend here, allowing knight d3, going here, is gonna lose a pawn, and g3 knight will be in trouble. So this is a simplest thing which happens if you take bishop takes e6. Now if you take bishop takes h6, once again you are already aware that the knight is ready to jump into d3. Once again this is a big problem, so you are in trouble. That's not going to work. So guys, this is not easy. If Gukesh plays knight b4, oh wait a second, Sagar is called. Hello, you're on speaker. Hello Sagar.
Hi.
Hi. Wait, I'll remove you. Huh. Hello.
Yeah, I am on the Zoom call. Were you able to see me?
Wait.
I mean, I don't have a camera somehow, but my voice can come on Zoom as well.
Acha, you are joined in?
Yeah.
Oh. Wait. Ah, yes. Wait, once again. Let me just get you.
Yeah, I don't have a video, but I can be by audio.
Guys, can you hear Sagar?
If you keep this on, then they can. Maybe you have to unmute yourself.
Hello.
Amruta, you need to unmute yourself on Zoom, I think.
No, but they can hear
Because
me
on
here
Zoom
on
you are
speaker.
muted.
Acha, you can't hear me. Okay, get it. I will do it. Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hey, but
Hello.
your camera, did you forget?
I didn't find it, right? So
Arey, but
I
you should have told me I had a webcam. You never asked me.
thought I would find it.
It was just there.
Um,
Oh no. Okay, so what are you going to do? Why don't you connect the Zoom call with your mobile also, the same link, so that we can see you on camera? Just connect with the, yeah, that's a simple trick, for pro streamers.
yeah, let's try.
Yes, we can. Everybody can hear you. Wow. All good there?
Can you see me?
Wait. Ah, yes. Awesome. Wait. So I'll remove this view.
Let me myself.
One
Maybe
second.
vertical is good, I think.
Then again I left. Maybe. But I first need to remove this. There are two views, ना? चलेगा ना? क्या फर्क पड़ता है? I'll crop it. Yes, there you are. Hey, are you tired?
No, I'm not tired. I'm just. Yeah, it was a kind of a long trip in a way. I mean, any travel is a little bit messy, yeah, right? So, just setting this up 1 second. Give me a second.
Yeah. Wow.
So, how is our little Gookie doing?
Oh man, what a game this has been. I mean, it can, Sagar, there is a lot of pressure in this game. ये माइक थोड़ा साइड में रख सकते हो क्या? तुम्हारे चेहरे से बड़ा दिख रहा है. हाँ.
ये ठीक है?
I like. Wow. चल. दोनों बाजू आए. Fine? All set? Are you happy or you want me to adjust?
I can't see anything. So
Oh,
because
I'll start virtual camera.
no, that's fine. That's fine. Don't no need. I trust you.
क्यों? ट्रस्ट का कैसे सवाल है इसमें?
I mean, I don't need virtual cam. Oh my God, what is
हाँ.
happening? Let's
This
go to the
is
game.
amazing game. Okay, Sagar, what is happening? Oh, he played night before. Wow, Sagar, you have joined at the very right moment, guys. Gukesh had played night before, and now Firuza needs to be super alert. Sagar, you need to suggest some move if you were white. Now you are really playing the most important game. If you
Okay.
don't find this move, you are landing in some trouble. I'm not saying big trouble, but
So
some trouble.
so
And
so
chat
the
had
first
suggested some ideas. Yeah,
so the
what is
first
your...
point is that if my knight is taken, c takes b4,
Yeah.
then queen takes d2,
Yeah, so
and
if you...
I
So
think
this is what we checked already. If you take this in the simplest manner, let's say Sara sub change ho gaya exchange. The final problem is f2 is weak, a2 is weak, b4 is weak, and they are just right there. All black
is
pieces
better.
attacking. Okay, so that's not working. So apart from that, what else?
So I
Guys are
think,
asking, is he outside? Bahar ho kya? Where is
guys,
he?
I am in Nagpur. I'm here for the match that is starting day after tomorrow between Vidit and Peter Swidler and Raunak Sadhwani and Nigel Short. It's going to be an epic two matches. They're going to play 6 days against each other. So बहुत मजा आने वाला है, and we are going to cover it. Maybe not through live commentary, but through all other means like videos, interviews, and all of that. Shahid from Chessbase India will also be here, so it will be very much a lot of fun. Uh, yeah, so I'm in Nagpur right now, and if anyone is in Nagpur, should come there to watch the match, to meet me, to meet with it, to meet Swidler, to meet Raunak, Nigel Short, everyone. Please do plan.
Wow. Amazing.
Okay, so
Amazing.
Amruta, you
Yeah.
are saying I can't take the knight right now as white.
Yes.
If I can't take the knight, I must think about either protecting my bishop on d2 with rook a d1, or I should move my
Rook d1 also. Yes, we saw. There
because
is
rook
a problem. Just a
I do,
simple move knight d3. Black has won a pawn. This is
yeah,
attacked. This is attacked. All so tough.
exactly.
So they're gone. You need to be alert. I mean, this is Ali Reza's style. I get it. So I am expecting him to find this move. I'm
So
not.
so so
But
I know the move. I know the, oh my God, I
tell
don't know
me.
the,
Tell me.
I was thinking knight e4,
Okay, that's
but
another move there. Thanks.
can we
Wow,
ask the
this is a
chat why
great.
this is a blunder?
Yeah, what a lovely question, chat. Badiya. And
I think
all those who do
Amruta
not
is in
understand
love.
Hindi, Badiya means amazing, awesome, flabbergasting, mind blowing. So,
Amruta, are you there?
हाँ मैं किधर हूँ?
अच्छा, नहीं तुमने इतना सब बोला और फिर बाद में कुछ बोला ही नहीं फ्लैबरगास्टिंग के बाद.
क्योंकि सब आंसर करने लगे हैं ना, तो मैं देख रही हूँ सब.
हाँ, so can you take
Yeah, I was
some?
just going to take Sudeep, Chess Script, Aditya, Arka, no, not Sentinel, Persevere, Maharshi, Kishore, Sandeep, Chaitanya, Siddharth, Jairam, क्या बात है? Well done, well done. Knight f3 check, a check there, and if you take here, then there is a mate because the back rank is weak, guys. The king can't escape. I mean,
Back rank?
not back. Any mate on back rank is back rank. I don't know
Okay,
why
so
people
so
don't
so
call
knight
that.
e4 is a blunder.
Yeah, beautiful
Taking the
blunder.
knight
Mazedar.
doesn't work.
Huh, Sagar, quickly tell me other candidates move. And you have to be quick, okay? 10 seconds.
I think bishop takes h6 makes some sense to me.
Yes. And bishop e6. So chat suggested both the moves. Well
Bishop
done.
e6 I don't like because bishop e6,
हाँ जी.
queen e6, C
Huh.
takes E4.
Hmm.
Already it feels like, black
Yes.
is better. Queen
Absolutely.
D5,
Just queen,
maybe.
yeah, queen can go anywhere with the idea of knight d3. Again, it's strong because you can win this and then bishop
Yeah,
g3 or queen g3.
yeah.
So, last move which we were looking at here before you just dropped in was bishop h6. If black goes bishop h6, once again there comes knight d3 attacking
Knight
these
B
guys there,
D3, right?
knight
Knight B
b
D3.
d3 attacking these knights there and threatening g takes h6, and if black white will lose material, either exchange or this
Uh,
bishop he'll have to
I,
go back. So
yeah, because even if you play after Knight B D3, Rook E D1,
rook a d1, rook e d1, right,
yeah,
rook e
G
d1.
takes H6.
Huh.
I don't see how you can win that knight on D3, which is pinned.
Yeah,
So it's
these
not.
two are like such a knot has been tied here.
That's
Ki
like you and me, I think.
exactly. Yes, so that's not gonna really help there to break apart them. So let's go back. So Sagar, did you realize that Ali Reza is in a situation to find this move? Otherwise, he's in big trouble. But because we know for top players, when they have to find a only move, they generally do. So what is that move? White to play. Still, should I tell you?
I was
Because
thinking
you are
that
tired.
because Rook A D1, there is Knight D3 coming and attacking the Rook on E1.
Hmm.
Can I play the other Rook to D1? Um,
कोई भी रुक खेलो हालत सेम ही है.
Acha.
Because
I
you've
was
lost a pawn.
how
You've lost
bad
a
is
pawn. That's the main
yes,
point.
but I have the bishop pair. So how bad is Rook E D1, Knight B D3,
Hmm.
Bishop E3? Is it like terrible or
No, it's in control. Like it's bad definitely. But वो वही वाला like -1 है and Gukesh will have to keep playing c5, c4 ऐसे धीरे धीरे. Of course, he needs to be alert still. But good, great enough advantage for black.
okay?
Yeah.
So guys, we have to find a very important move for white here.
Yes.
Clearly, it's not the G3 knight. Also, moving the bishop is oh no.
By the way, we have Prasad Duvuri, who has been member for 8 months, backer of Indian Chess, says, good to listen to your commentary again, and he has renewed his
Thank you,
membership. So
Prasad.
thank you so much, Prasad. Suman says, Sagar bhai. Okay. Smooth, Sagar bhai, smooth. Okay.
Yeah,
Everybody is
Amruta.
happy with your flirting.
Yes, everyone liked my skills in general.
But you have
Talented.
to find a move, Sagar. Chess skill. Bring your chess skill here. What are you going to do?
I'm actually very confused.
Okay, let me guide you. This bishop has to move, okay? And it moves to a place which is firstly very hard to consider. There is a
G5.
block. Yes. The block for
But
us is always that it is hanging there. So we don't consider.
wow.
But this is the only move for Ali
Pushpak
Reza
Ghana.
which he needs to find.
But tell me something. Bishop h6 does not work.
So
Bishop g5
yeah,
works
we have to
because it attacks. But
yeah.
but here's the point. If I play knight bd3, then you will take on d8. Correct?
So this,
Uh,
I think we have to consider mainly two moves. Hg5 is one, and
hg5.
yeah, knight d3.
I think
Which one?
hg5 is the main move.
Okay,
And then
hg5
now
first. Let's consider cb4
now you take
forced.
cb4. And now I'm thinking about
Yeah.
knight d3 as one. Okay, knight d3, then there's bishop e6 check.
Yeah, if you move the knight, then there is trouble. You can't move the
Can
knight.
can I still go? Oh, now I understand this h pawn moving away, Amruta. It had some repercussions because imagine after hg5, cb4, queen d2. Oops.
Queen d2.
Yeah.
Bishop e6 check.
Yes, exactly.
Ah,
King
okay.
h8 or h7 and queen h5 mate.
Yes, guys, look at this. Suddenly, the pawn on g5 is giving big trouble. Yeah, so you can't go queen d2 as such. Yeah, I mean, this will make it, I would say that again, black comes in the similar situation like Firuza, where he needs to, keep making good moves. I think this game
How
is so
easy,
interesting.
Amruta, how easy is bishop g5? I think it's not at
Video
all
just.
simple, especially considering that you have moves like bishop e3, bishop h6.
Yeah, here you mean
Mm.
for bishop g5? Yeah, how easy is this move
You
to
know, you
find?
know the bishop g5 move is good because it opens up the h file. It is unbelievable, but I think that is the truth.
Huh. No, I also think, Sagar, like, look, CB4 for Ali Reza to discard is like a matter of few seconds. Yeah. Same with Bishop H6. These both the moves. Also, Rook D1 and Rook A D1. So he is definitely looking at other ideas. Now, if he looks at moves like Bishop E3, he's simply a pawn down. So he
But there is
needs a
also
counter attack.
something, Amruta, there is something like willpower,
एक
and you
मिनट
cannot
एक मिनट
always have.
नहीं यार इट्स स्क्रीन इज देयर आई कैन सी द स्क्रीन
No, all good, all good.
हाँ सॉरी प्लीज टेल
Amit Srivastav, please don't do this. Um,
हम्म
so Senthil is saying Firuza will find this. Arka is saying Firuza can find this. Can we put a poll, Amruta?
ओके तू बोलेगा
Can
तो बोलेगा नहीं बट
can
व्हाट वर यू सेइंग बिफोर
I was saying that finding a move for top players is never an issue. It's all about willpower. Can they actually overcome their inertia? That either एक normal move है, there is a normal move which exists, but can they go even deeper to find a better move? And often it's a function of how much energy they have, how much willpower they have, how much time they can take, and all of that. So right now, Firuza has been thinking for
या
10 minutes and he's played it. Amruta, he's played BG5.
ओह मेरा
Firuza.
पोल बहुत ही ये हुआ यूजलेस
Yes. No, no, no. I have voted yes.
अच्छा
So Bishop G5
yes
is
I
the
also
correct move.
think yes he's
He
found
found it.
it. So
He found
Sagar,
it.
Bishop G5 ko with
Brilliant.
I completely agree that how much time did he think by the way to find this move for
12
Bishop G5?
minutes, 13 minutes.
He had 40 minutes and he took 13 minutes. Wow. That's
There's
cool.
one question by Praneeth who says, can you explain instead of bishop g5, f4 move? F4.
F4.
It's an interesting move because you are attacking now both the knights. But I think, Praneeth, you can always take only one piece on one move. So that's the reason why queen
Queen
takes
D2.
d2 should be good for white, for black, because after
Yeah.
queen takes d2, rook takes d2. Now, whichever knight you take, I think the other knight will jump to d3, and then it will create a lot of issues.
Yes. So let's go back to the position Bishop G5. Kishore says first vote. Brilliant move.
Yeah, no, I mean, Ali Reza is, even though he is not playing much and he has shown that his interests are not just chess, he's also into. By the way, I want to ask the chat if they know what is Ali Reza interested in these days. Do you
Sagar,
know?
I'll come in 1 minute, yeah?
Yes, please. What is Ali Reza interested in it? Yes, Earthling, you are right. Dhairya, very good. Epic Killer, Mayur Gondalekar, Arka, Sudeep, Raghav. Our chat is very well. They know it. Maharishi races, Gucci Reza. Nice. So, yes, he is interested in fashion. And I think he has mentioned that actually being interested in other things has helped him to do better at chess. I don't know about it. I mean, at least not better, but he's able to be more fresh at chess. And finding a move like Bishop G5 is one good example of this, that he is in good form in this tournament. Even yesterday, he was leading in the blitz. So now the question which Amruta has left us with is, what should we do? Should we take the bishop? Should we move the knight? And Shubham says Ali Reza versus Aronian would be great. Yes, because Aronian is a lot into wearing very fashionable shirts, and so is Ali Reza. Rahul Ghoshal, interested in shopping. Arey, Rahul ji. Good to see you. Good to see
Member
you.
for 26 months. Wow.
Wow. Uh, Amruta, my point is, do we take on G5? And you had said there is some other possibilities as well,
Yeah,
but
so there are two possibilities here.
I
One
don't
is
see it.
okay, then I will rather not tell you. You want to how tired you are because I really don't want to give you trouble. I can just tell you what the two possibilities are to
No,
you
I'm
and the
I'm
chat.
fine. I'm fine. I'm fine.
Hmm. By the way, all the guys here, the members, thank you for being a member, whoever is a member. And all the amount goes to Help Chess Foundation, from where young talents who are in need of funds are being supported. So please do contribute and become a member. That is very kind of you.
Okay, so Amruta, one of the moves which I thought could be very interesting to play
Hmm.
is knight bd3. Um, and I'm just sacrificing the exchange there. If you take bishop takes d8,
Hmm. Rook D.
I can't take on e1 because bishop takes c7,
Hmm.
queen takes c7, and rook takes e1. I'm piece down. So, correct.
Yeah. Correct.
So bishop d8, knight d. Now rook takes f2. I was thinking,
But
but then
Queen.
again
Hmm.
bishop takes c7. Just
Yeah.
attacks, and I think again white is winning.
Yeah. So.
So at the end of all of this,
Hmm.
you realize that NBD3 is a blunder. You
Hmm.
can't play it,
Hmm.
and we must take the bishop, or else you move the rook away. Let's say rook d e8. But
Wait.
then when he takes your knight, then you take the bishop. I mean, what else?
Actually, no, it's very tough move, I would say. Knight d5 is the move, and it's really
Okay.
tough. The other
Wait, wait,
move.
wait, wait, wait. Look, if it is a tough move,
Oh,
Gukesh can find it.
okay.
Because
No, no,
let's
no,
see.
but this is not the only move. HG5 is good. I would say go for HG5. That's the
No, but why
simplest.
is Gukesh thinking then?
Because
Because
HG5, he's thinking of after HG5,
he
CB4,
no,
what he should
Amruta is
do.
thinking for 6 minutes, which
Yeah.
means that he can come up with knight d5. Let's analyze that. By
Okay,
the way,
we will.
Sachin Ranade, pillar of Indian chess for 28 months. Sachin, thank you so much. Sachin has been our viewer from the US since many years, and also his daughter Arya is also now getting into chess. Says thanks CBI. My chess.com rapid rating is now 1800 plus, was 1200 before I followed the channel. Wow, that is so nice. Sachin, please make sure you watch Swapnil's latest video we have put on how to capture the king in the center, like how to attack a king which is uncastled. Okay, Amruta,
Ah,
knight
okay.
d5. I want to
Oh, by the way,
analyze
Rahul
it.
also says Magnus is losing. Yes, we will go there as well later. In this game, Sagar, by the way, I just wanted to take a moment and say कि HG4, CB4, HG5, CB4, okay? And in this position, if Gukesh finds the move G4 to
I
create
was I was
counterplay,
I was considering it, but imagine g4,
hmm,
h takes g4.
okay.
Now I can't take knight g4 because queen will take it.
Actually,
Uh,
this is very tough, I would say, because one second, suddenly it disappears, and I think leeches refreshes itself, so we
yes,
lost the analysis maybe.
that's
But yeah,
fine. We don't need
g4
to know.
hg. Oh, see, oh, that's happened. Gukesh took hg5. Gukesh took on
Gukesh,
g5 and
Gukesh took on
cb4.
g5.
And
cb4
here,
has.
quickly, if you want to analyze knight d5 there at that moment,
No,
for
no, that's fine. That's fine. Let's leave
yeah.
it. Oh,
Oh, he
Gukesh
was
was
G6, which is
g4.
also, yeah, he had to play G4 or G6. And I was going to ask you, in fact, that I don't understand that why a move like G6 is important, but now I do, of course.
Why?
Queen H5 idea he has stopped, and he's now threatening Queen takes B4. And he is going to be okay with Bishop takes E6, King H7, which is
King
very funny.
g7. No, g7. No.
Yeah, king g7 and then king sits on h6, I think, which is safe. Like if
No,
needed.
but this, guys, this is,
Crazy. Hmm.
what I have realized that Gukesh does amazingly well
Hmm.
is that he is able to understand all the imbalances so well. Look at his pawn structure. The pawns on G file are doubled. E6 pawn is isolated. It looks terrible. His position looks a wreck. But the main thing is he's a pawn up. And as Amruta rightly pointed out, the b4 pawn is also hanging. And the knight on e5, Amruta,
Hmm.
that's an octopus knight because it's looking at d3, it's looking at f3, it's stopping the queen from coming to g4. It's a beautiful knight there and it cannot be
Yeah.
moved away.
Yeah, absolutely agree, Sagar. Absolutely. No, this is such an interesting position we can get from Firuza and Gukesh. I mean, both the players, the styles, and the position is matching their styles and the interest
Yeah.
which we have for the first game. Very, very exciting there.
By the way, Narendra Khandekar says, when is part 2 coming of Swapnil's video? Tomorrow, part 2, day after tomorrow, part 3. That's how we are going to plan it. And also, the next point, Amruta, here is that
Hmm.
after g6, what if he goes rook a d1? One question,
Rook at
right?
e1, queen b4.
Just queen takes b4,
Bishop takes
bishop
e6.
takes e6, check,
Hmm.
and now you go king to g7, correct?
Okay, yes, correct.
And
And can
what
you guess the assessment of this position? I mean, yeah,
I
maybe you.
think it should be around equal, I guess.
No, it's -1. Unbelievable that it's
No, the thing,
-1.
if you just think of this, Amruta,
Huh?
that the knight e5 and the pawn on g5 are made for each other. They are like us
Again.
because because the knight on e5 cannot be kicked away by the pawn on f2. It cannot play f4. White cannot play
Hmm.
f4 because of the pawn on g5. So, even though it looks ugly,
Hmm.
that is center and king side is well taken care of. On the queen side,
Hmm.
the pawn on a3 and the queen on b4
Hmm.
is actually doing like you have a majority. By the way, he's played rook
Yes,
ad1.
he has
He's
played
gone
Rook
for my
A1.
move.
Most natural move. And I
And
don't
that's a
think
mistake,
Gukesh is
right?
gonna stay away from taking the. Oh, maybe, Sagar. Intuitively, will Gukesh feel ki no, I don't want to give the e6 pawn as it weakens my king. And then if he goes back a move like
No, no,
Queen
no, no, no.
e7.
Amruta.
Yeah.
Gukesh, the main reason why he played g6 was this.
No, g6 was a necessity otherwise also. Right, Sagar? You wouldn't have been able to.
No, 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 he will take the pawn. Please
Okay,
don't,
let's
let's
see.
not
Let's see.
discuss
Let's see.
Gukesh's. I'm 100% sure I can actually,
Mm,
you can take any challenge right now. He will take the pawn.
okay.
Queen takes b4,
Maybe I
bishop
still want to
e6.
bet on Queen e7 because I think it's kind of intimidating that White's rooks on e file and d file and e6 is weak and the black king is slightly weak. So uh, natural inclination is Queen e7. Of course, Queen b4 is extremely brave, so we have to see. But yes, let's bet on it right now. By the way,
Hmm.
Sagar, we have a new member. Wow, and pillar of chess, new
Wow.
pillar of Indian chess.
Harsh Chauhan. Thank you, Harsh. That's very kind of you. Amruta,
Yes,
Amruta,
thank you,
I
Harish.
want to ask our viewers in the
Yeah.
chat if there's anyone who lives in and around New York in USA, because we did a recent event in Mumbai, which was at the Bandra Fort for the Global Chess League. And we also want to do a similar event in New York. And we are planning that. So if anyone is in New York and can help us or just be there for the event, please do connect with us at chessbaseindia@gmail.com. That would be very nice.
Wow, amazing. And
Okay.
Raunak Sodani says, happy to share that Chess Club is opening its second center in USA and third overall after Fort Mill and Bangalore in Ballintana, North
Oh,
Carolina. Please join us there on 4th June at 4 p.m. Lovely.
wow. This is so amazing that there are so many people working for chess and I really hope that we get to know more of them. And I'm glad that they are coming forward and sharing this on our live chat.
Amazing. Okay, guys, Aryan Tari versus Shakriyar Mamederov's game has ended in a draw, and very quickly we'll go to Anish Giri's game because Anish had really played brilliant chess. In fact, at a point here, Bishop c8, Bishop c6. This was the position, Sagar, on move number 19th. Let me share the virtual camera.
No, it's fine. I'm not going to see it anyway.
Oh. And then afterwards, Queen c4. Anish had advantage, but let's see what happened exactly. Rook d8, Bishop b5, Bishop b5. Everything looks still decent.
I think it will be a draw.
But
Although Anish will be a pawn up, he will press a bit, but it will end in a draw.
Rook end game. Very
Amruta, Gukesh has played queen takes b4. Let's
wow,
go.
Sagar, you won the bet. Amazing.
You know, Amruta, if there is one player whom I know slightly better than others, it's Gukesh, especially because I recorded a video course with him for 4 hours plus. And I think that really helps because you are asking him a lot of questions sitting there, you are discussing the material with him. So I basically know that when there is an option between chaos and keeping control, Gukesh will go for chaos because that's his style of play. He loves to create a mess on the board. So let's go king g7. I think there's no real choice
I
here.
for a moment thought chaos is also keeping control. But
Yes, very interesting point, by the way, guys, by Amruta, that sometimes chaos is the only way to keep control.
no, it was the other way. But anyway, by the way, Harsh Chauhan says, I am in Omaha. Let me know if you guys need any help around here. I don't know where
Thank you,
Omaha
Harsh.
is though. Gukesh
Thank you.
played
Oh,
queen b4. Oh, he goes
he
king
went
h8.
king h8. Is it?
Oh,
I
it's a
don't
better
understand.
move. Sagar, do you
It's
know
a better
what?
move?
He
Why?
yes. King now the computer first didn't understand. And then when Gukesh played king h8, computer says, okay, Gukesh, agreed. Fine.
But I feel that aesthetically, or at least through my chess understanding, which is very limited, king on g7 would be a better square, no?
That looks like it, but I believe what he wants to avoid is a 7th rank page checks. And on h file, oh, it's very hard to make such a move. I so agree with you. I mean, it just look at the 3 squares besides it. It seems like it's shirtless right now. The king on h8.
Yes, it is. But it has its own muscles, six packs. So without shirt, also is looking smart.
Okay, there. Laksha says, I'm in New York. Let me know how I can help.
Oh, Laksha,
Awesome.
can you please later on write to us at chessbaseindia@gmail.com and we'll try to take some help from you. And that would be very, very nice. Thank you.
Yeah.
Also, someone said Prakhar is actually in the US, so maybe we'll contact him also to take
Wow.
help.
Amazing. And Pratik Kine says it's only because of you I started a chess club in my city. That is also brilliant news, guys.
Ooh, which city, Pratik?
Exactly.
Okay, Amruta. So
Okay.
now Alireza Firuza
Hmm.
is thinking that I need to show some compensation for my missing pawn because Gukesh has 3 pawns on the queen side. If you can mark them, c6, b7, and a3 against one pawn on a2. So any
A2 पे
endgame,
बहुत pressure है. Too much deadlines on A2.
any endgame is lost, right, for Alireza.
Yes, absolutely.
So can we go knight e4? I like this move knight e4 because I am attacking the pawn on g5 and I'm also saying that I'm centralizing the knight.
Yeah, and you're also defending f2. So very, very most logical move, right? Which comes to the mind. So what is the problem here? Important to find this move. Wow.
I was
Wow.
thinking,
Yes.
maybe we can ask our chat if it is really a wow move.
Yes, we should ask our chat as well.
Yeah.
And guys, black to play. Wow. Matlab, it could
It's
still
all
be
about
not as wow
it's
for
all
many,
about
but for me, it's
LPDO, right? Loose pieces.
yeah, it's all, and this is the perfect game, Sagar, for LPDO. Perfect game. यही हो रहा है, मतलब ये गेम के बचपन से यही हो रहा है. That's all that is happening.
So, has anyone said knight d3? Not yet, right? I think my move is knight d3. Is it good?
Perfect. And people have said queen e7, bishop b6, queen e7, rook a8, rook a1. No, not yet. Nobody found it.
So, knight
But
d3,
yes,
I'm
knight
actually
d3,
looking
it's
at the e1 rook,
hanging.
which is slightly exposed.
Correct. If you take, take, then there is check here and you lose material. So, oh no, it's a mate? No.
By
Queen
the
has to
way,
go back and you win even more material. So, knight d3 is
MJ,
a threat
Amruta,
actually.
MJ says something very important. He says, Sagar Bhai, can a3 pawn be decisive for Gukesh? I think MJ, you have hit the nail on the head because a3 pawn is super, super important for Gukesh because it can become a big asset in the end game.
Correct. And guys, if you remember our 10th move, this pawn reached a3 and I had asked you, ये villain रहेगा या hero? And many of you had said villain. गलत हो गया है. This pawn has been a hero. It started all.
Yeah.
Shubham. Shubham says I am in Singapore. Okay, that's awesome, Shubham.
Thank you, Shubham, for telling us. Amruta, I have one small doubt, which is maybe not an important one, but knight e4, knight d3,
Hmm.
okay,
Hmm.
queen g4. Okay, I'm just attacking.
Yeah.
Now you take knight e1,
Hmm.
correct?
Hmm.
I take queen takes g5.
Wow, you have a
And
checkmate in one move. So black
yes,
really needs to have something very forcing. Otherwise,
like rook d1 is
or
met with queen h6 mate.
yes, you cannot take the. But if rook d1 was a check, तब तो
Exactly.
गया.
So the move could be knight f3 check, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
G
And
takes
then,
f3,
and
rook
then,
d1, king g2, and now how do I stop? Maybe king g7,
yeah.
yes?
Firstly, you have king g7, and it's not a forcing mate anyway. Like there's no forcing threat, in fact.
Yeah.
Anyway.
So maybe not. And king h8 is played, and right now I think Amruta Alireza is thinking about
Yeah.
what move to play now because it's not
I,
easy. And what would be a good move for him?
just a moment. Also, in the last position, guys, when we played King G7, look at this. This is amazing that E5 is controlled, F6 is controlled. Every piece of black is not just attacking but also defending, and there is no way white can break. So what should Ali Reza do here, right after King H8? In fact, Sagar, if I tell you now that the computer is going deep and deep, the assessment has changed. What is the assessment for black, you think, with the weak engine for now?
I don't know. It should be somewhere as you said -1, 1.2 or
Yeah,
something.
now
Yeah.
it's gone to minus 1 point, like 1.9, and then
Wow.
next moves are minus 2 point something. So it is huge, but the reason I don't want to exactly take that assessment here, because in this practical game with king exposed, you have to be very alert, and one move can flip it all. So
Right.
he
True.
has, and with Ali Reza, definitely he can be intimidating.
So there
So
are two things I want to talk right now, Amruta. One is based on Alireza and Gukesh. The other one is Himank's question in the chat who says, what are Vidit's thoughts on his match against Swidler? What are your predictions? So today I traveled with Vidit from Mumbai to Nagpur and we spoke a bit about the match, but we also said tomorrow is actually the match starts day after tomorrow, so we will talk tomorrow about it. I also have a picture of Vidit and Swidler at the Mumbai airport, so I'll be putting it up in a bit. But I think the match is phenomenal. Uh, there are four classical games, four rapids, and eight blitz games. And classical has 3 points for a win, rapid has 2 points for a win, and blitz has 1 point for a win. So that's how it's going to be. Also, I would say Vidit is a small favorite, but recently Swidler played very well in Sigaman and Vidit didn't play so well in Sharjah, which kind of evens things out. In Raunak Sadhwani versus Short, which also is a match with a similar format, I would say Raunak is a small favorite there. And then Amruta, coming to this story of Firuza and Gukesh. I remember when Gukesh was around 25, 50 or so, he used to actively follow Firuza's games online, and he used to be in awe of Firuza. I think in one of his conversations, he was talking about how Firuza plays just about any opening in online chess and manages to play so well. So he really liked him as a player. And I think today facing him and sort of getting such a big advantage against him is really a big thing for Gukesh.
Absolutely. And Sagar, I was checking Mega Database today before the game, and I found 3 games of Gukesh against Ali Reza. 3 black, like from black, and in all the 3 games with black, he had lost.
Hmm.
There were 2 blitz games, and one was classical in Abu Dhabi in 2018 when Gukesh was 2400 and Ali Reza was 2500.
Oh, there
So
is this one. Do you know, Amruta, this game? Can you show? I don't
it
know,
is
maybe
there
you
already,
can't
3
show.
games. If it is that, yes, tell me.
There was this amazing game, guys, that Gukesh played. He said he
Wait,
played that against Ali Reza, and he was so happy after he played it.
he was
In
white or
fact,
black?
he was black, and he played this move A5, A4, A3. Then he brought his
Oh,
queen.
in
Oh,
the like he did the same idea, you mean?
yes, yes. And
Are
then he
you
brought his queen.
serious?
Amruta, that was an
Wait,
unbelievable game.
wait, I already have it mostly
No,
then.
no, it was like this.
No, wait, here, I have three
Oh, you
games of
have this.
Gukesh.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait,
Okay,
which
one
one?
second.
I don't know. Not even here.
I think he takes the pawn
Huh,
on
here?
B2. B2. Does he take the pawn on B2 here in this game?
No, there
Maybe
is no
not.
one.
No, not this one.
Okay, then there is another one.
It ended in a draw, I think.
No, then
No, it ended in a loss. It ended in a loss for him. Not this, I think. No, no, no.
no,
The
then I
next,
don't
the
have
last
it.
one. The last one. One more must be there. It was in
This I
Abu
can.
Dhabi Masters.
Acha, this is Abu Dhabi.
Ah.
This one B2. He took.
Okay, so
Oh
wait,
yeah,
wait,
yeah,
wait, wait,
yeah,
wait,
yeah,
wait, 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 wait.
yeah.
Huh,
Got
go
it.
back.
1 second. I need to get a video, lekin.
No, it's fine. That's fine.
Ah.
So here,
Hmm.
Amruta, so he took. Don't change it. No, then again you will have to change
No,
it
no, I
later.
have adjusted. I have set up sab aram se mast. Don't worry.
So queen takes b2. He
Hmm.
took. Can you make the moves?
Yeah, yeah. 94.
And no, then what happened in the game? Can you show?
94.
94.
Bishop
Now,
G6.
yeah, he saved the bishop because threat was bishop
Knight
e7 and knight
B3.
f. Knight b3, saving the rook.
Bishop H6.
Yeah, take.
Bishop H6, Rook H6. Bishop G4 was played.
So now what happened was at this point
Ah.
Gukesh realized that I am in trouble. Okay, that if now if I don't do anything, he's going rook e1, rook e2, and attacking my queen, and my queen is trapped. I can't go anywhere. And what should I do? Because I'm just completely done. So an idea is knight e5 here, just so that you know, knight e5, rook e1.
Should I show the moves? Knight
Yes,
E5, Rook
knight
E1.
e5, rook e1, and then there was this move, something here.
Isn't he in attack with Gukesh? Is this in attack with
No,
Gukesh?
it's not there. We didn't choose this because we wanted to do another one later on creativity, which we'll add.
Ah.
So the
Okay.
move here, Amruta, knight e5 actually is the best move, but Gukesh is creativity. Just look at it.
Hmm.
What he did, he
Hmm.
played the move a5. And
Okay.
Gukesh was like, I was so happy to find the move. And I was like, what is there so special in this move? So rook e1,
Hmm.
Ali, a4, rook e2,
Hmm.
and a3. And Gukesh is
Wow.
like, if you take my queen, I will take with the pawn
Oh
and
my
I'll win the
god.
other rook. Isn't this brilliant?
Brilliant.
Doesn't this
Completely
remind us of
mesmerizing.
this game that's happening right now?
Oh my god, once again the a pawn, and he lost this. I don't know why. In spite of having such a great position, but I think this is time to strike back. A
Yes,
pawn
and
ke
the a
liye
pawn
justice for a pawn,
a3.
actually it's the justice for a pawn. Let's
Gukesh
go.
is that's why I keep saying Gukesh is a creative genius. He can create on the board things, and he has this sort of inspiring play about him. These are the examples where we are on only calculating stuff, but Gukesh can find and create ideas. Okay,
Brilliant.
so
Wow. People in the chat are also so cool. Brilliant. Wow. Wonderful. Crazy. Amazing. बहुत अच्छा लगा. They've loved it, Sagar. Rakshit says
yes,
700 people watching and only 400 likes. बहुत
like the stream,
नाइंसाफी
guys,
है.
like the stream. And also, Amruta, uh, a
Hmm.
reminder to our chat that if the game ends in a draw, it's not a draw at Norway Chess. They will play an Armageddon. So,
Correct.
King H8. Now, Amruta, what should Ali Reza do? He's down to 8
Okay.
minutes. If
Yeah,
this
I will
time is
tell you
correct,
Ali Reza's
and
like
there's no increment.
what?
12 moves to make, right? Till 40 moves, there's no increment,
Oh
correct?
yeah, yeah. Then there is 10 seconds. So here Ali Reza, what's the time control? They'll get 10 seconds additional after 40 moves, guys. And here, I'll just tell you guys computer's top three suggestions. One is Rook D8. One is impossible, Bishop F5, and one is Bishop G4. So these are computer's top three suggestions. So like Bishop F5 is basically why if you play GF5, guys, if you're not alerted and if you go GF5, then white to play and he gets a chance. What should white play?
Yeah, good question, Amruta. Bishop f5 is such an insane move,
Yeah,
and I think it's a typical Ali Reza move. If Ali
yeah.
Reza plays it, I would be super impressed by him.
No, but the problem is if you don't take, then he's in even more trouble. So maybe he won't do
Maybe
that.
you won't play it then.
Yeah. Ronak says, thank you for reading my last message. Also wanted to invite all the loving fathers to join us in Rapid Father's Day tournament at our Bengaluru center. क्या बात है? On.
Okay, okay, Ronak. Ronak,
Queen
are
H.
you having any personal functions which you want to invite?
Senthil, Ratnam, Mihir, Alps, Devan, Anmol, yes, Siddhant, Deborshi, Dhruv, Akshay Mohan, Ritik. अरे ऋतिक रोशन नहीं ऋतिक आनंद क्या बात है everybody well done queen h5 and there you have after king g7 queen g5 and if you try to go king f7 then queen f5 and you cannot get rid of the perpetual no if you try to go knight g6 here in fact then again yeah this is again important that white has to make sure that it takes on f5 and gives this check not knight h5 check because after knight f5 what are you going to do? You have to take rook f5, yeah, and queen f5. Oh my god, this can become unclear. In fact, this is
Yeah.
crazy. So bishop f5 actually is possible, yeah,
Amruta,
Sagar.
Bishop f5, there's hardly any threat, right? Because
Sir, correct. You don't have to take on f5. That's the whole point. Black has number of ideas here. Like the easiest way is to get your queen to f4, either after taking the rook on d1 or directly queen f4. That's the easiest way. Also, queen b2 is in the air, keeping pressure on the f2 point as well. So everything look the best part, Sagar, here after bishop f5 g6 pawn is defended, so that is another thing black doesn't need to worry. So that's one idea with bishop f5. And the other move which you asked what should Ali Reza do is computer suggests rook d8 is important here to play
but
and
Amruta,
forced
do
rook
you think
d8.
This is frozen. Yeah, I think he'll play rook d8.
Yeah, no, I don't think Ali Reza generally gets into long thought number of
Yeah,
games. It's
you
common.
think so?
Yeah. So rook d8 is forced because you don't take bishop takes d8. And here Ali Reza must go back with the bishop to b3 so that he blocks queen b2 ideas as well. This is, I think, the position if we reach, then still Gukesh is better, but yeah. What's the sound?
No, I mean he's down to 3 minutes. Oh my goodness. Ali Reza, will he be able to make these many moves? 12 moves in 3 minutes.
Yeah, he can make. Arka says, Agar you won't believe I played a game exactly like this. If I find in my archive, I'll share with you. Sure, for sure. But creative Gukesh will go for win, not draw. Absolutely agreed, Mihir.
But Amruta, this is 28
I
moves
think,
only
yeah,
done.
Gukesh has great chances to win.
I guess Ali Reza has forgotten there's no increment.
Oh
Or
my
maybe
god! The same
or
thing which happened with Prague, yeah? There he didn't know after 40 moves, na?
it was not Prague, it
Was
was Prague's opponent, right?
Sanal
Ah,
Wahab. I mean, Wahab. Sanal
yeah.
against Prague. Only 4 minutes left. Yeah, man. No, this is not frozen because this position is so tough, guys, for white to find out something here. And also, not just that, even Sagar, Bishop f5 for Ali Reza kind of a person who is very aggressive looks very attractive. And he will definitely get into that. And imagine if he just keeps thinking about it at a deeper level, which sometimes does happen to you. You know, one of the thing in this game, from the beginning, he had his pieces scattered, and all the time some or the other piece used to be undefended, and at every point he had to be careful for a tactical idea. If he misses something, then ये piece मरेगा double attack में, tactic में, constant, like every point. And there we were discussing that, you know, eventually in the end for Ali Reza it's going to become tougher because he's been finding what to do defensive. So
Yes, very interesting, Amruta. But if Ali Reza doesn't make a move very soon,
he makes it right now. He plays rook b1.
oh my God. And he has only 1 minute 48 seconds to make 11 moves, guys.
Crazy.
11
We are
moves.
gonna stick to on chairs, get the
No, we don't
popcorn.
want to stick on the chairs, Amruta. Otherwise,
Oh my god. Okay, but Sagar, if you move your queen, the b7 is hanging. What?
okay, let's think.
Interesting.
Let's think carefully now. Which would be the point to attack? Firstly, I can attack your bishop with coming back to queen d6.
Yeah,
But
you
then
suggest first instinctive move.
my
Top two. What are the top
first
two moves? And
instinctive
guys, you
move
also.
is to attack queen d4, queen f4, queen d6, queen e7. These are 4 instinctive
Queen
moves that
d4,
come to
queen
mind.
f4, queen what? Queen d6 and?
Queen e7, and
Okay.
also queen
Now choose
d2
two.
somewhere.
Now choose two out of
I
these.
think queen d4 looks good to me somehow.
Okay.
I don't know why.
If you go
Because I'm
queen d4, you give an opportunity to your opponent. One move can still change the course of the game, which means we are at a very dynamic situation. Rook b7 को plan क्या है, boss?
I was thinking bishop b6, but then e5 is
Oh, you
hanging.
are my boss, by the way. rook c7 को? Yeah. Sorry, rook b7 को?
No, I don't know. Like queen d4 looks bad. Yeah, rook b7 is okay. Wait. Let's think queen d6. But queen d6, again the problem is rook b7.
No,
Because if I take
here
on,
the problem is different. अपने पास कहाँ कम problem Rook
oh,
b7 if you play, then black to play. And right now the point is you have the same idea, which Ratnam asks, wouldn't Gukesh's rating go even higher if he wins this? Of course.
yeah, very high, very high. He would reach 2740 if I'm not mistaken. Amruta,
Yeah.
after queen takes e6, rook takes c7 is
Yes.
hanging, right?
No, you said queen d6, right? So queen d6, rook b7, and
Yeah.
after, yeah, queen takes c6, rook c7 is a problem, definitely. By the way, but still you are happy that your king was not on 7th rank. The move here is
Oh.
knight d3. Now you go knight d3, attacks e1 and attack f2. It's the right time. And if he defends with rook f1, if he defends the pawn, then you have a fork, knight f4, and attacking the queen
Wow.
and the bishop both, and you
Wow.
win a piece. So that's the
And,
nice.
and and you know, Amruta,
Yeah.
this piece is one because queen b2 check is not there. The pawn on a3 also joins in. Oh, but Gukesh, queen
Amazing.
f4.
That's also a great move by Gukesh. Actually, this is a great move by Gukesh. The other option which was
But
possible was queen
but
a5,
wait,
but
wait, wait.
it's
Let's get back to the game because Ali Reza has 1 minute 30 seconds.
yes,
Now,
yes.
if he takes rook takes b7,
Knight d3.
then knight d3, and now after
This is
rook
defended.
f1, there is no knight f4
There is no knight f4, but there
because the queen
is.
is on that square.
Correct. I mean, yeah, so queen d6 had that advantage for sure. But there is some other
Amruta,
move.
Ali Reza is losing on time. He has 1 minute
Yeah.
7 seconds. He's going to lose. He's forgotten. There's no increment.
No, how will
He's
he forget?
forgotten.
How will he
Guys,
forget? एक
he
second.
has.
How
It's
he.
only 56 seconds.
No, sir.
What is he
I
doing?
don't think he has in his control. You will not. How will he not know until now?
But why is he not playing?
Because the position is tough. Gukesh has put him
Arey,
under
what tough?
pressure.
Tough, what tough? What are you saying? He is
बाप गया
playing.
11 moves तो ऐसे ही गया. You know why, Sagar, in 30 seconds? Because even one exchange on that digital board takes away 3 to 4 seconds. So this is
Yeah.
time wise gone.
Unless we have the time completely wrong on our board.
On leeches, yeah?
Completely wrong.
That is a possibility. So let's not focus too much. But how can we not focus on time when he has 10 seconds? Oh my god. Okay.
I think he's taken on b7, Amruta. I saw another broadcast on chess.com, but there it shows he has 23 seconds and he has taken on b7.
Okay, but still that's a big time trouble there. Then
Yeah.
rook
Yeah.
b7, then Gukesh will find knight d3 here for sure. There is no doubt about it. Oh, he might get tempted for rook d2 as well.
Rook d2 is also a nice move actually.
Because rook d2 he might get tempted and it
Is
forces.
it a bad move?
No, knight d3 is stronger move. But for rook d2, if it enters simplification and it's all very clear for black, then it's different. Like queen e3 looks forced for white. And if Gukesh takes the queen, exchanges simply, queen takes e3, rook takes c3. Yeah, this is not so easy. Bishop d6 and somehow could give some counterplay to white.
Yeah.
He should not risk this. He should go knight d3 after rook b7. And he should force the rook to go to f1. And here, Sagar, at this point of time, black has two simple. Here, I really need to know, chat and Sagar, what are your candidate moves here? Only two. Only two I want. Top two. I mean, you can consider as many you want. Tell me only
Oh,
two.
knight d3 played. Knight d3 played by
Well done.
Gukesh.
Well done. Amazing. Then rook f1. We
And
are going to
Ali
reach
Reza
this
plays
position.
instantly rook d1. Amruta.
What? He doesn't play rook f1.
Rook d1. He
What?
blunders.
Oh,
He
but here
blunders.
you know what? No, not knight f2, no. Sagar, the move
Yes.
is not knight f2.
I'm thinking what the move should be.
Knight f2 keeps advantage, yes, but there is such a strong move there.
Can Ali Reza make?
Oh my god.
Can Ali Reza make 10 moves in 20 seconds
No,
first?
I said no. No, he cannot.
Look at Gukesh. I mean,
Unless
he
there
must.
is exchange. Actually, he can. He can.
Okay. Firstly, here as black, should you take knight takes f2? As you said, it's not the best. Queen takes f2 is one move.
Knight f2 को rook d8 आ रहा है.
हाँ.
I mean, this is, of course, he still has advantage because it's so much advantage. But what I'm trying to ask you is a stronger move. Guys, what is the strongest move here for Gukesh? Rook d1 has been played. And will Gukesh find this move? of course, even if it doesn't find, there are number of options there, but the strongest move here
I
is
can't even see it. I don't know. Chinmay
10th.
Kevasar
Okay,
says
I
knight
will.
c5.
Yeah, no, knight c1. Knight
Knight
c1 is the move.
c1.
You are attacking the queen. And where is the queen
Oh,
going to go? This
Amruta, what a
time,
crazy move. Knight c1 is
yeah.
so beautiful. Because now,
Yes.
if you move the queen, queen e1,
Yes,
I
that
take
looks
on
like the only.
d1, then you take on queen d1
And
and
queen
queen f2,
f2.
and then g3 is hanging.
Yes, exactly.
Oh,
So,
game over. Knight c1 is
yes,
blood.
knight
It's
c1
game
is
over.
game over
Can
if he
Gukesh
finds.
find it? Gukesh, let's
But
go.
you know,
Let's
it's
go.
suddenly knight goes to c1. It's like a very. Either you find it in an instant or you miss it.
No, no, no. He will find it. He will find it. Let's go, Gukesh. 22 seconds.
Oof.
Because what else? Apart from knight c1,
Knight
what are
c5 is
the...
also considering. Knights, all the moves. I mean, he's definitely going to play either of these moves. And let me tell you, all of these three moves are good, but knight c1 is more like an instant win for Gukesh.
Yeah, yeah.
I Oh god, where did it go? Okay, it just
Magnus
got.
Carlsen, by the way, is losing against Fabiano
Yes,
Caruana.
found it. Siddharth Ranadive says Gukesh finds it.
Gukesh finds it. Woohoo! Who
Come
did he
on,
play?
Gukesh. Knight c1. Let's go. Let's go. 24 minutes to Gukesh. Fabi is crushing, says Jay Pandit. Oh my god, that means Sagar Fabi was able to maintain his slight advantage since quite a long time, and he managed to put Magnus under pressure. That is brilliant.
Fabi is fabulous, that's for sure. But right
No,
now,
no,
I'm
he says,
all
that
for...
says no, my leeches acted up. Yeah, leeches just got refreshed right now. Completely get it.
Okay, he's not found it yet.
Okay.
Shankdeep says, Amruta, are you going to play Bullet at midnight? Oh, that would be epic. Amruta,
Somebody else was asking, is there another round
Amruta,
also today? मैंने बोला
Amruta,
हाँ.
just think about it. Every day of Norway Chess, after your commentary, you play 1 hour of Bullet, and your aim is to reach 2500 in Bullet. Wow, what an aim.
How much blunders I'm doing, whenever I'm playing Bullet. You have no idea.
Okay, we will discuss this in a bit, but for
Yeah.
now, everyone's heartbeats are on the line. They are thinking whether Gukesh can find this move, knight c1, or not. Uh, he has been thinking for well over 5 minutes now, or 4 minutes. Shakriyar won his Armageddon game, Amruta. Another one
Oh,
coming up
it's over
between
already.
Hikaru and Wesley So. So that is
Oh.
coming up. Hmm.
Okay, guys, also to just show you, because if knight f2 is very highly possible thing there, and for knight f2, if Ali Reza takes on d8, takes, oops, not rook d8, rook c7 is hanging, bishop d8. If this is where we go, Sagar,
Yeah.
after takes bishop d8, then
Oh, Magnus resigns.
oh my god, let's quickly go there for a moment. Knight f6, this is the last position, and Magnus has resigned, because if the king goes anywhere here, then maybe there is knight d7. Lot of ways. Knight d7 check.
Insane.
But still, he
Insane.
resigned, yeah? He resigned was.
Knight f6 check and he resigned. Yeah.
Oh, that's too much. This was his blunder, they say. Rook b3. Well,
But Amruta,
let's go to Gukesh. Rook
yeah,
d1
coming
is
back
still
to
thinking.
Gukesh. Gukesh found it. Knight c1 found.
Whoa!
And
Rook
took on
c1.
c1. Amruta Alireza took on c1, queen c1, and
And
I
now
think
his
knight
time is
f1.
0, 0, 0. I mean,
No, no,
maybe
no.
not
He's
right.
still having time.
Okay.
He will go knight c1,
Knight
knight
f1.
f1. Sorry.
Yeah, knight f1 is forced. Otherwise, rook d2 is also a
No, he
pretty
played
strong
king
threat.
h2.
Oh, but
He
then.
played king h2.
Oh, but then rook d2 is over.
He played king h2. Why is rook d2 over? Can we not go
Even queen
queen
f4
h3?
is even queen f4 is safe. Both the moves do very well. But if you go rook d2, maybe it's uh,
Queen e3.
braver. Queen
There's
e4, right?
bishop
You want to
f3.
take queen g6.
Okay, queen e4.
And then I don't care about the back rank. Look at this, how funny it is that rook f2, and you don't have rook b8 check, you don't have queen e8 check. Wow.
Ah.
And then there is a strong rook g2 threat, because again your pieces are scattered.
6 seconds left. Rook d2 played. He's played queen e4, instantly played. 5 seconds
Wow.
left. Amruta, queen e4 played on the board.
Okay,
Gukesh
there
has
you have.
18 minutes.
Okay.
Now, oh my god. And after this, Alireza is playing super quick. But after queen e4, you said rook f2
f2.
is just killer
Correct.
because you can't take on g6 because of rook takes g2 checkmate.
Correct. And there is no check, so rook g2 cannot be stopped. Basically, next
Amruta,
move is rook
can we
g2.
play rook takes c7 after rook f2, rook takes c7,
Yeah, rook g2 check.
rook g2,
Queen
queen
g2,
g2,
rook
rook
g2,
g2, king
king
g2.
g2. And by the way, one other thing is that a3 pawn is going to be really useful. Queen d2 check, and then queen e1 check and queen e6 if you go to king g1. And if
Oh,
you go king f1, let's say for example, then guys, we're black to play and find what is hanging or not defended. That's the whole point. When pieces are scattered, when they
he
are
takes on
disconnected.
f2. Alireza takes on c7 instantly. But Amruta, he has only 3 seconds left. He has to make five
Yeah, no,
moves.
it's
He's losing
also
there.
exchanges are happening, so he cannot make though in 3 seconds. Practically, when you are making a move, it's very hard.
Takes on g2. Takes on g2. Queen g2 has happened.
Oh,
Takes king
yeah.
g2. Ali Reza has given up almost. Amruta, he's not even making, he's queen d2 check and he resigns. Gukesh wins.
Well
Yay!
done,
Gukesh beats
Guki,
Ali
OP,
Reza Firouzja.
Sagar, chat, everybody. Wow, that was such a game. We had a delight here. Oh my
Yay!
goodness.
Guki OP. And with this, Amruta, with this win, Gukesh has actually beaten, I think, the highest rated player of his life. And
Oh.
Gukesh, Akshay Nathu ji says, Gukesh OP, Akshay Nathu, thank you.
Wow,
Good to
28
see you.
months.
Amruta,
So cool.
Gukesh,
Mayur
now,
says happy this middle of the night waking up paid off.
yes,
Oh my
very
god.
much.
And Sagar, the best thing about this game was it was a masterpiece. It was definitely so full of complications what he had. It had rich amount of tactics. So many patterns. The way he calculated, really really amazing.
No, no,
And
Gukesh is a genius for sure.
Sagar, okay, by the way, this was the first round, right? And he has beaten, मतलब वो तो Armageddon भी नहीं, nothing.
Nahi,
And we
and
all
he
were,
becomes the leader of the tournament along with Caruana. And this means Amruta, um,
huh?
Gukesh moves to, if I'm not mistaken, and maybe Himank in the chat who is good at this can correct me. 2740 is where Gukesh has reached, which means he has become
Oh,
in top 15 in the world.
wow. That's a big thing, yaar. And how old did he become yesterday?
Huh?
He became
17 years old.
17.
17 years
Oh
old.
my god. So cool. So cool. Oh,
Pratham
lovely.
Bansal says 2742. Actually, 2700 chess has got it wrong right now. I think the result they have put as Gukesh lost to Firuja, so it will get updated in a bit. But Rakshit says, I think not more than 2738. How? Because see, the thing is, he was 2732, I think. And then in Sharjah Masters, he gained some 4 elo points. That's what I guess. And so he was 2736, and with this win, he should gain 5 elo points. So he should go to 2741,
Yeah.
41 or 42.
That's brilliant. Prasad Duguri says, I missed my siesta for this and no regrets. Well done, kiddo.
Yeah. No, I'm going to make a video before
Oh,
going to sleep
yes.
on this game, Amruta.
गिरी वाला मैच देखते हैं. गिरा हुआ गिरी वाली मैच. 2700 chess crashed, says Imank. Chaitanya says, Sagar bhai, bhaiya, love your commentary. Can we look at Sharks game? Yes. By the way, but before, one question. One important moment I want to show from this game. I think it was extremely important. And Sagar, you will be a little bit amazed. You may not be knowing it. Can I ask you?
Yes.
At Moo number, this
Hmm.
was the game. Okay, and at Moo number,
Which game?
Gukesh and Firuza, there
Yeah.
was one moment
Yeah.
D4 was played, okay, on move number 19th.
Okay.
Don't see leeches, okay? I mean,
Okay.
don't see the analysis. At D4, Gukesh took on D4.
Yeah.
And here Firuza had to find this. Both of them missed it. Both of
Knight
them.
G7.
And it was really a hard move in
Knight
a way. Like,
G7?
because Knight G7, no, that's not the move. Because
Oh,
if
Queen
you-
C1. Queen C1.
That's the whole point. I like it that you're missing. That's the whole point. Even if you see the first 15 moves, you're not in that direction at all.
अच्छा अच्छा.
Like suddenly रास्ता ही बदल जाएगा तो
Rookie
कैसे
six.
कैसे पता चलेगा? कुछ भी बताओ, ढूंढोगे ही नहीं.
क्या बात कर रही हो?
ऐसा नहीं, बट थोड़ा विश्वास कम दिखाया तो ये हो जाएगा.
Rakshit Singh says we crashed 2700 chess.
Wow,
अरे दोस्तों.
amazing. Amazing. I mean, it's a success for 2700 also, no, Sagar, in that sense.
Yes. See, Rakshit says Gukesh at 2742. Amruta.
Wow! क्या ही calculation. I love your mathematics, Sagar. Well
No,
done.
no, don't. I mean, it's not about me, Amruta. It's
Okay.
about Gukesh. And you know, Levon Aronian and Gukesh are on the same rating. Can you believe it?
Oh my goodness. Crazy, crazy. Word number hashtag 15 says Himang. Yeah.
ये दोस्ती हम नहीं
Surf
छोड़ेंगे.
Excel move. ढूंढते रह जाओगे. Sachin
Gukesh
says.
is world number 15 with
Well done.
27.
And with this, Sagar, exactly, you cannot find this move. Ali Reza didn't find. They had 1 hour at this point. Gukesh didn't find in the calculation. The bar, I'm like, what is this happening there? Bar is loving the position. But the move here was Bishop
1 minute.
h6. Gaya. Bishop takes h6.
G h6 and then Queen C1 की क्या? Queen
नहीं,
D2.
Queen D4. And it just ऐसे एक सेंस आता है ना, यू फील यार क्वीन D4 पे भी आएगा तो मेट का है, F6 आ सकता है या बिशप कुछ तो आएगा.
नहीं,
Just,
F6
you
पर
know,
rook takes E6 है ना?
Exactly. और Bishop E5 को भी there is Rook E5. So overall this is big
Lost.
trouble if you cannot take on G6. I mean H6. But they both missed it. Otherwise Gukesh would not have gone into this calculation. Like he would not have gone Bishop C7. He would have gone Queen D6. He went Bishop C7 because for D4 he was not worrying. So yeah, this was an important moment. Very important moment.
Akshay Natu asks, that's a good one, Amruta. Thank you for sharing.
Yeah.
Akshay Natu asks, is he the only Indian after Anand to break into top 15 in the world? Anyone knows? I think Hari Krishna
Yeah, Hari
had
Krishna was
reached-
15.
No, he had reached top 10 in the world. So
Yeah.
he was number 10 in live ratings. So I think Gukesh is the third Indian after
Yeah.
Anand Hari Krishna to reach in top 15.
Yeah, I remember how Hari Krishna had shifted to Europe and he worked so much on his physical fitness and he started playing these sports and lost a lot of weight and then he came back, he played these classical tournaments and he's really playing well. So, yeah.
Amruta is like, I remember how Hari Krishna worked on fitness, lost weight, then played classical tournament.
No, to be honest, for many of these top players, that is what is, something changes their whole direction. I mean, we have seen this for sure. Okay, but by the way, Himank also says I should really study right now but can't leave the stream alone.
Arey Himang, don't worry. Don't worry. If Gukesh's blessings are with you, you will clear. Like,
Rakshit says Hari's peak rating is 2770.
Yeah. No,
Ranveer
Hari
says
was Hari.
97% accuracy for Guki and 91% accuracy for Ali Reza. What were you saying?
Okay, Amruta, that should end it. I should
Yes, you
end
should
the stream. You can
absolutely take
play some
rest.
bullet, please. I think you should definitely make it a ritual in these Norway chess streams to play bullet and pump up your
I thought
rating.
when they have to play the game na for draw, that time I can play bullet if we have to wait. So that is the time.
Maybe
But
you can do that, but
okay.
also if you feel like it, you can play. A lot of
Hmm.
people would love to play with you. We have had a lot of people who followed this commentary, and I think yes, Laksha Adalka, thank you for sending an email. We will respond back to you. And Sachin says, "Maza aa gaya. Good night." Rakshit Singh says, "Now we know how can Sagar become a GM." How, Amruta?
I'm also thinking. Rakshit, how do you know? Please let us know. Okay, yeah, Sagar, if you are tired, you definitely must.
Yeah,
Guys,
I
games have
will go
ended.
on and.
Magnus has lost a big result there. Fabiano beats Magnus. Gukesh beats Ali Reza. Mamedero beats Aryan Tari in Armageddon. Why is it called Armageddon? Because it is actually two blitz games, right?
No, not two, only one.
No, 3 plus 2. 3 plus 2 games.
No, it's
Acha.
why do you get
Oh. Okay, it's only one, yeah? तुम्हारा आवाज गया.
10 minutes, black gets 7 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Your voice is not. We cannot hear you, Sagar.
Amruta, I will end this
Okay,
now.
chalo.
My
Bye,
internet
bye.
is
Good
also.
night. Good night. His internet is bad. By the way, Rakshit says she told a story
Ah,
about how
ah.
Hari became strong. Okay, that's why. Okay. Sagar hang ho gaya hai. Bye, Sagar. Have a good night and take care. So this is done. Even the last game, guys, Wesley versus Nakamura is going on currently. That's the Armageddon. D4. This is the position. What do you want to do? Do you want to check this game? It's the last one, I guess. Oh no, Anish versus Abdu Satara will also be there. Oh, they are also playing. Okay, their game is about to start yet. But we have Wesley versus Nakamura. Let's see. Wesley versus Nakamura. Sachin Ranade says, nice trick, Sagar. He wanted to escape. Jai Pandit says, Blitz is tiebreak for the final standings. Got it. Anish game has not yet started, Sachin. But yes, we will definitely see the games. I think we should see it right now. Nicholas says, no, it's not to us, to somebody else. Oh, so many moves there. Or Leech is just tried, maybe refreshed. Okay, Knight G E7 was played by Nakamura. Let's look at this game. And Wesley is thinking, is Nakamura going to go for some crazy attacks with G5, G4? That would be extremely cool. G5, Knight G6, Knight H4, G4. I think it's very much possible to happen. So Knight G7 and Wesley needs to prepare for that. What is he going to do? How is he going to save that? Rakshit says, Amruta, you didn't come to the summer camp. I got tired beating Priyanka Didi. Yeah, Rakshit. I actually don't go out much, to be very honest. I have some phases where I just stay inside the four walls for many days. So बुलेट का क्या हुआ? नाकामुरा वर्सेस वेस्ली चल रहा है ना, तो इसके लिए. Guys, by the way, did Arjun finish his game? Yeah, they drew. What about Arvind Chidambaram won against Sanal Wahab? Adiban drew against Matlakov. Okay, got it. Let's come back here. This is going to get interesting. Nakamura has 4 minutes and Wesley has 6 minutes. And I guess Wesley needs to sustain that time gap. I mean, that is the whole advantage, right, at the end of it. So that will be the key there. And he has gone bishop f1. A nice move. He's already starting to defend. Maybe now Nakamura will go g5. I think so. Or first rook g8. But he will go for this attack. What did he play? No, he didn't go g5 at all. He went queen g6. That is surprising. Okay, and then Wesley goes bishop d3. Maybe he's planning f5. This way, this attack. Okay. So why did Wesley go bishop f1 and then again bishop? That's funny. Bishop f1, queen g6, and he went bishop d3 again. But why? Interesting point Wesley had was to go g4 himself and stop f5 forever. Anyway, bishop d3 is definitely going to bring some trouble with f5 there by Nakamura. This is the moment I am sure Nakamura will not wait to go f5. Oh, by the way, Shankadeep Maiti, another new member today. Welcome to the backer of Indian Chess and thank you so much for becoming a member. Very kind of you. Guys, you must know that all this membership amounts is will be collected on a monthly basis and that will be given to the young talents, upcoming talents of India who are in need of funds. Shankadev says, let's play chess. Okay, अभी खेलना तो पड़ेगा ही, member भी बन चुके हो तो. f5 has happened after bishop d3, f5, e5, bishop f5, knight h4 and a lot of exchanges and simplifications happening. But Wesley has come down to 4 minutes 36 seconds. That means that the whole advantage he had in time doesn't exist anymore. Also, Nakamura's position is very fine. In fact, slightly better. Which means Wesley is in big trouble. What about Anish? His game has not yet started. It will begin soon and in between I will play bullet chess. Rakshit says even I don't go out, but मैं मुंबई आ गया. अरे क्या बात है, बढ़िया रक्षित. That's cool. अरे निखिल रोशन, आज इतना लेट क्यों किया? There was such a great game today. Gukesh beat Ali Reza in an amazing game, guys. Sagar will be making a video about it, but what a game, what a fight it was. मजा आ गया. No, I'm not in Nagpur. Knight f5 and here Wesley is thinking if he takes bishop f5, queen f5, then if you look at black's pieces, they are all in attacking mode, they are all attacking, whereas white's pieces are all on the defensive. No, he doesn't take, he goes bishop c2. But isn't this pawn, oh my god, look at this, 1, 2, 3, oops, 3 and 4 and 5. 5 people attacking it. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 people defending it. It means, isn't white losing the pawn? E takes d4. C takes d4. Knight takes d4. Knight takes d4. Knight takes d4. Bishop takes d4. Bishop takes d4. थोड़ा ज़्यादा एरोज हो गया. E takes d4, guys. This was the whole calculation. By the way, not knight d4. Let's go with the stronger ideas. Bishop takes d4. Knight takes d4. Knight takes d4. If you take here, then there is knight takes d4. What a powerful knight you will have here. f2 is weak and this looks a big trouble for white. Has it happened? Yes, it is happening. Nakamura is capturing and winning this pawn. Right now he is a pawn up and Wesley is in big trouble. Definitely Nakamura is going to convert this. He now has more time and a clear material advantage. Pawn up, and also position is clearly better. Not enough compensation with Wesley. So Nakamura will win this game. Got it, got it. Cool. Okay, Wesley seriously trying to think. Maybe what if bishop f5? Because if queen f5, you win a piece there. That's a trick there. But the problem for bishop f5 is black has a good move, guys. Black has a good move. Firstly, yes, he can give a check and defend his bishop. Agreed. But do you have a better move? Better move than bishop e5. Oh, he gives bishop e5. But what Nakamura also had was bishop f2, attacking this rook here and this bishop here. And if you try to save the bishop, then you have this check in between, and now you have bishop takes e1 there. So this would be definitely the problem. Is you can't go queen d3 to checkmate. There is queen f1 check, and if you take here, then your major pieces are just beautiful against the king. That's the whole point, and your pawns are going to start rolling. This was interesting, but I agree with Nakamura's decision. Looks more practical. Bishop e5 check. f4 was played by Wesley. What a move he found. Bishop takes f4, and now he goes g3, attacking this bishop. So bishop takes g3 in the air, king g3, compensation for black. Great compensation for black. Yes, that is happening. Oh my god, but Wesley has equalized, because after bishop g3, king g3, queen f5, he went queen d2, and this check was not the right one. Rook f6 with the idea of rook g6 was important. He gave a check, little premature. King went to h2, and Naka goes rook f3. Everything looks great for black. Actually, he is in such an attacking position. White king is exposed. He is keeping the queens on the board. So what is going wrong? Rook f1. It's never easy to keep defending the king. Every single move, the right defense. Rook e2 was an important move here for Wesley to find. Very critical move. And for that, he had to be alert for some things like these to allow once again not easy decisions there for white in less time. So what he did was he went rook f1, and things changed because of rook f4, queen f4, king h1. Okay, here Wesley is having an advantage. Guys, we will need to go back here. Majorly, Nakamura missed it. He should not have gone rook f4. He had to. This was the only chance. He had to give a check, and he had to retain the rooks when he is attacking, when the king is exposed. He had to not exchange pieces, but he exchanged the pieces here. And suddenly white is coming back. Wesley is coming back once again, trying to exchange the queens there. Queen goes to f6 and queen c3. He has challenged the queen. Queen exchange. The compensation for this knight for black is 3 pawns. Black has 3 pawns for knight. Still, if the pawns advance, the knight will be in a tough situation. It is not so easy. It's unclear, and we have to see right now what Nakamura is going to do. Okay, the queens get exchanged. This knight on a5, keeping pressure here, trying to go knight c4. Maybe Wesley. Maybe it's going to be hard for whom? For whom is it going to be hard, guys? Practically, I like this pawn on c3 seems better, so that instead of b2, so that this is not going to be just rolling there. Wow, but this is tremendous with such an advantage Naka had. Almost, the game was with him and Wesley fought back. But what is wrong with time currently? C5. Wesley's time shows 0-0, but certainly it cannot be right. So we will get to know, yeah, the moves are happening. C3, it's getting dangerous for for white. He will have to, I think Nakamura does not have to worry much, but it is Wesley, because if he goes wrong, then the pawns are going to be dangerous. I guess he will be able to save. And what happens if this game ends in a draw? If this game ends in a draw, it's black's win. By the way, Anish Giri's game has started. Can we go there as well? Oh, a few moves have happened. Wow. Bishop b6 there. Anish has got black. Anish has 7 minutes and Nodirbek has already come down to 8.5 minutes. So that means a good opening strategy by Anish here. He's gone bishop b6 currently. Let's go to Naka also and we can come back to this game. c3 has been played. Wesley is still not making a move. He's thinking, or there's something wrong. Maybe it's frozen, or maybe they have drawn. Okay. Let me know in the chat if the game, if the result is out for this game. Bishop b6 in Anish's game. Nodirbek still thinking. Only 1 minute difference. Only one. They started with 3 minutes difference, guys. Nodirbek had 10 minutes when they started the game, and Anish had 7 minutes. So that was the advantage. And now Nodirbek is coming down mostly in equal time, which is going to be a big psychological pressure for him. Whoa. Nicholas Jain asks, any idea how much time Magnus' live rating has gone below 2850? No. Oh my god, what? Is this a blunder? What happened? How come everything changed in 2-3 moves? Knight f5 Anish played, or looks alright. Castle, he goes bishop d7. Once again, looks like a very decent move, but somehow c4 comes very strongly with the idea of c5, and there you are b7 and having all this pressure from every side. He goes rook f c8, and it's not a great idea, because actually for rook f c8 what Nodirbek missed was the move c5. If you take here on c5 right now, then white to play. This is what Nodirbek missed. White to play here. What would be the good move? Can you find it? Guys, can you find a move? White to play. Jago. All those who are saying bishop b7, no. Because knight b7, rook b7, you gave a pawn, you took a pawn, but you gave me such a beautiful bishop there, and now you're giving this rook which is gonna get trapped. So, trapped soon. So, no, not this one. Important was, that's why it was hard, and that's why Nodirbek missed it. c5, bishop d2. And there you attack the a5 knight. And if you cannot go b6, you lose material there. The knight cannot go to c4, the knight can't go to b3, none of the squares. And if the knight goes to c6, the point is you block the defense and you lose a piece. That's why c5 was an amazing move, very, very tactical, and you had to be extremely on your toes. He goes knight e5, Nodirbek goes knight e5, bishop goes back to e8, and Nodirbek now goes bishop a3 there. Keeping in mind c5 ideas, rook c1, all those ideas, even bishop b4, Anish has to be careful for. So Anish is thinking a good idea is to challenge this bishop so that he can now exchange the bishop. That can be a good idea. And if you ask what about the pawn on b7 there, if bishop takes b7, knight takes b7, rook takes b7, right now rook e5 and you lose a piece. So not yet possible. So bishop c5 is a good move Anish has. Let's see what he does. By the way, Nakamura. Oh, Wesley beat Nakamura. Oh my god. In that endgame, Wesley has beaten Nakamura. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. What did he do? C2. Why did he go C2 here? Oh my god. I think he didn't have time and must have lost on time as well. Highly possible. Oh, the king just marched like anything. That is crazy. Okay, let's go back to Anish's game. This is the final game of today which we are looking at. Knight d3, some moves happened there. Oh my god, a lot of moves happened there. Exchanges. Anish goes b5. Equal material, equal pawns. This is going towards equality. And Anish is down, 1 minute down. He still needs to play fast, but this is a very not a very tough position for him to play. So I guess he will be able to manage. Nadirbek is thinking he is coming down to almost the same time as Anish. So that's good news for Anish. What is he thinking about? This is nicely defending the b5 pawn. This knight on a5 has been waiting to jump into a good square. But also the rook doesn't have entry here. The knight sits nicely on a2. But this rook definitely has ideas like rook c3, rook a3, and also maybe first rook c3 and then knight c4. So there is no pin. All those ideas are there. King f8 has been played by Anish. King is a piece in the end game, guys, and this king is also going to march forward. Yes, this pawn defends the rank, but oh, white starts the play on the king side altogether there, and rook c3 played by Anish like we were discussing. Now after rook a3, what's in mind for the a2 pawn? What's in mind? Anish's rook is going to be attacking, whereas this rook will be tied down to defend the a2 pawn. So rook c3 played by Anish. By the way, why did he not this, yeah, taking here doesn't make sense yet. Santosh Kumar Vande says the last time Magnus was below 2800 was sometime in September October 2009. Okay, knight goes back to d3. Now time for Anish to go rook a3, attack the a2 pawn. Natural move. Is he gonna think or is he gonna plan knight c4? Because that too looks great. You could intend gf4 in the future because you're blocking this thing and you're exchanging a piece. But rook a3 looks stronger. So let's see what Anish will play. I guess rook a3 is a move which he will play. निखिल रोशन जी, चेस आता है सागर पानी भर के गया. This is getting stuck at a few moments, but definitely they have made a few more moves here. Yeah, Anish goes knight rook a3 And knight c1 by Norderbeck. Now this knight has become so passive. This time Anish is thinking, wow, the computer suggests knight c6 and knight c4. Both very interesting moves, because in knight c4, here the question is after take. Guys, that's the whole point. Brilliant. An intermezzo there, and look at this rook now. The king cannot advance. That is so cool, so cool. And if the king goes back, and then you take here, even if he takes with the rook, then there is final move, guys. Black to play. Can you find it? Black to play. Final move. Oh, if Anish plays this, it will be amazing. Yes, Shankadeep, nor me. Who else? Most of the people sleeping kya? Chess mania. Arey Nikhil ji, black ka hi, knight e3, and there is a fork here. That's why this is an amazing calculation. Knight c4, a great idea if Anish finds it, but of course is less time. I'm not sure, it's not so easy. Another idea is to go knight c6 and allow rook b5 here once again, because the defender has gone and you can take on f4. By the way, the game is over. The result is out there. Anish has won. Anish has won. He played here bishop c6. One second, what did he play? Oh, he played bishop c6, which was a mistake. Knight c4 was better. Takes, bishop f3, a blunder because of bishop f3, ef3. And then, oh wow, there is a fork which he missed. Rook e3, king e3, black to play, guys, in the chat. This year Norderbeck resigned, but if black would have played king e3, what was the move? Of course, a lot of you will find it, but guys, new to chess, try to find it. Black to play and the game is over. Normi, Utsav, Shankadeep. Knight d5 is the fork and you lose the rook. Blitz may very common that you miss the forks. Very, very common, and that is what happens. Even if king f3, I think still the same. You can play rook e3. But yeah. So Anish has won this and all the games are over, guys. That's cool. That's absolutely cool. We had a great game today, Gukesh versus Firuza, and all of you joined in. So thank you so much. I think I'm extremely tired right now. So, and also these games, I did not know they will be lasting such a long time. So, what I promise you, tomorrow we will definitely have some time for bullet. I will keep that energy as well. And all of you, very very kind of you. मज़ा आया, बहुत मज़ा आया गुकेश का गेम देखने में. And कल भी वो जीता मैग्नस के साथ. So बहुत ही मज़ा आया. So I will see you tomorrow 8:30 p.m. same time. Be there. सब लोग आ जाओ. मीटिंग करके आ जाओ. कोई स्ट्रेस नहीं. And we will analyze the games. Gukesh will be white tomorrow because I am guessing he cannot have double black. So that's how it's gonna be. And Magnus also tomorrow, how is he going to strike back? Generally after he loses, he is in another mode the next day. So we will see that. Shankadeep says Anish Bhaiya is nice dad and chess player too. Family Man. Check out his Family Man video. Okay guys, good night. Take care. Have a great day tomorrow. Feel positive. Spread goodness. See you. And that's it.